Hey everyone, welcome back. Here's the book we're going to be reading from this semester. It's by Jacques Lacan. It's a collection of writings called Écrits. We're not going to read the whole book. It's quite massive, but we are going to read some select essays from it. The first of which is titled On My Antecedents. And the paragraph I want to call your attention to begin here is on page 53. Right in the middle of the page, the paragraph begins, "In his beyond." Let's read it once and then unpack it as we go. In his beyond, Freud makes room for the fact that the pleasure principle, to which he has in some given a new meaning by instating its signifying articulation of repetition in the circuit of reality, in the form of the primary process, takes on a still newer meaning by helping force open its traditional barrier related to jouissance. A jouissance that is pinpointed at that time in masochism, and even opens onto the question of the death drive. Okay, so here you get a good illustration of how Lacan writes. These are difficult sentences. In fact, that paragraph is a single sentence. Now, what we need to do when we find a paragraph like this, where you think something interesting is happening there, is we want to slow down and take it one term at a time. It might even be helpful in this case to read it without everything that occurs between those two dashes, those M dashes in the middle of the sentence. In his beyond, Freud makes room for the fact that the pleasure principle, now skip down, takes on a still newer meaning by helping force open its traditional barrier related to jouissance. Okay. The pleasure principle is based on the idea that we humans are basically like tea kettles. We seek the path of least resistance, and when we build up lots of pressure, we tend to let off steam and return to these homeostatic states of calm, ease, repose. The pleasure principle suggests that we are pleasure-seeking animals, and that we seek to relieve tension in our bodies, in ourselves, in our minds. The pleasure principle, in other words, is something very animalistic about humans. When we are uncomfortable as infants, we cry. And in crying, somebody shows up and alleviates our tension, our pain, our suffering, whatever the case may be, and returns us to a state of ease, of repose. The pleasure principle, in other words, is a comfort principle. It's about the way that we humans strive towards comfort and ease, states of zero tension, states of relaxation. This other word, though, he has here is jouissance. It's French. It's not translated here into English for a lot of reasons, one of which is that the French jouissance has some pretty wild implications, that its English equivalent, the best of which would be enjoyment, lacks. So what he's saying here is that in this book, Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud makes room for the fact that the pleasure principle, our pursuit of comfort, has often had a traditional barrier related to this notion of jouissance. And what is jouissance? Jouissance means enjoyment. The best word for this in English is enjoyment. And what we're getting at here is that enjoyment is different from pleasure. If pleasure pursues comfort and ease and repose, enjoyment is something else. Enjoyment is not a state of relaxation. It is a state of intensity, of affective intensity, where your body and your mind is all ratcheted up. Sometimes you might feel in an argument your hands kind of shaking a little bit, or sometimes your teeth vibrating, or your stomach turns just before the job interview. Those are states of enjoyment. It doesn't mean you like feeling that way. It means that you feel amped up. That's what enjoyment means. Pleasure is the opposite of feeling amped up. Pleasure is a bowl of ice cream after dinner. Enjoyment is when you eat so much ice cream that your stomach hurts. Pleasure is eating. Enjoyment is overeating. And jouissance captures the sense of overeating. It captures a kind of intensity. And it's no coincidence that in the French, jouissance also means orgasm, sexual orgasm. the intensification of a human body at that level, approximates what Lacan means here by enjoyment. The translator, Bruce Fink, has kept jouissance because, again, there's really not a good English word for all of these elements. But what I want you to notice first and foremost is pleasure is not the same as enjoyment. So already, if you will recall where we're beginning here, too often we mistake pleasure for enjoyment. They are two separate human experiences. And our first move here is to separate them. And that's what Lacan is saying Freud was doing in this book, Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Now, let's add some more elements here. In Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud is talking about this notion of pleasure, of comfort, of ease, of relaxation. And he gives it new meaning, Lacan says, by instating its signifying articulation of repetition in the circuit of reality in the form of the primary process, in a way that takes on still newer meaning by helping force open its traditional barrier related to a jouissance that is pinpointed at that time in masochism. So one of Freud's questions in this book, Beyond the Pleasure Principle, is if we're really pleasure-seeking animals and all we seek is comfort and relaxation and ease, why do we go out of our way to repeat horrible experiences? Why do we have recurring nightmares? If we're truly and only simply pleasure-seeking animals, why do we spend so much time doing painful things? Reliving past experiences that are traumatic, for instance. Not just having one bad abusive relationship, but then once you break up, entering into another one, where you're basically having the same interaction with a different person, none of which is good. Why do people have relationships based on fighting? In order for them to make up afterwards? But the great experience, the most alive experience if you've been in a relationship like this, is in the middle of the fight. It's not the making up afterwards that brings you enjoyment. It's the strife and the agony of the struggle. So you could see this in all kinds of interpersonal relationships. For our purposes, the question is about repetition. Why would you seek out these things? Not once, but again and again. Why relive past traumas in your dreams if you're truly only a pleasure-seeking animal? Freud didn't really have a question for this, or an answer for this question, but he was working at it. Other folks would come along later in the same century in this tradition known as the object relations tradition, especially among the British folks. So you can look up some of these people like Fairbairn, Klein, and the like, and they're doing work on this question. Why do we repeat terrible circumstances? Things that make us uncomfortable. Why do we continually seek them out? That is not a question of pleasure. That is a question of jouissance, of enjoyment. And that's what Lacan is getting at here. When Freud raises the question of repetition, and the key word here in English for us is a fancy, though rather popular psychoanalytic term. It's called repetition compulsion. Why do we compulsively repeat painful experiences? Why is that always the first thing you want to tell somebody about when you walk in the door after a long, difficult day at work? Why not focus on the great things, the great lunch you had? No, the first thing out of your mouth is, I can't believe he, she, it, they did it again. And it was a big struggle. In our case here, we're looking at repetition. Why repeat the terrible part of your day the first time you walk through the door and are back at home? Jouissance. Because we get off on it. There's an element of enjoyment at work here. We enjoy. Remember, this doesn't bring us pleasure. We enjoy repeating at the level of speech what happened to us at the level of reality. There's something masochistic about this. There's that word, masochism. Masochism and sadism pertain to the clinical structure known as perversion. And masochism and sadism are traditionally understood around a relationship to pain. The masochist is somebody who enjoys their own pain and suffering, and the sadist traditionally is somebody who enjoys administering pain and suffering to others. Now, I don't think that's quite the case. Oftentimes, I think the sadist, the person who enjoys hurting others, is in fact a masochist who can't handle the pain. This is somebody who can't handle their own pain and suffering, and so they project it onto other people. Trust me, you know some people like this. We all do. But the term here is masochism. And what I'd like to suggest is that the masochist is not simply somebody who enjoys, jouissance, there's that word, who enjoys their own pain and suffering. What the masochist gets off on, if you will, is their relationship to the law. Not the pain and suffering, but all the rules and regulations of life. And I want to leave it at that. It's a kind of mysterious claim. The masochist doesn't get off on pain and suffering. They get off on rules being imposed upon them. So if you're in like a BDSM community, for instance, it's not going to be the infliction of pain that brings the masochist enjoyment. It's going to be the discussion of how the pain is going to be administered that brings the masochist enjoyment. They enjoy the law, the legislative, the linguistic part of the activity. That is truly important for what we're up to here in a class on rhetorical theory. It's the linguistic element, the legal, legislative, let me tell you what's about to happen to you element that gets the masochist excited. And that's why the example of coming home after a difficult day of work and immediately telling your roommate, your partner, your family, whatever, about the horrible thing that happened to you. You are repeating at the level of discourse what occurred to you in lived experience that day. And it was a painful experience. So there's something going on here with the relationship between enjoyment, jouissance, language use, rhetoric, and masochism. In this case, a clinical structure that lavishes attention on the law and seeks to have others impose it upon them. All of which is somehow in tension with the animalistic pleasure-seeking part of our organisms. That's a pretty good foundation for today, our first paragraph in. Hi everyone, welcome back. We're looking at the essay called Beyond the Reality Principle. It starts on page 58 and continues up through 74. The real action for us begins on page 65. The section titled Freud's Revolutionary Method. Let's read the first few paragraphs together, and I'll kind of walk you through some of what's happening here. The first sign of an attitude of submission to reality in Freud's work was the recognition that since the majority of psychical phenomena in man are apparently related to a social relations function, there is no reason to exclude the pathway which provides the most usual access to it, the subject's own account of these phenomena. So what you have here is something psychological and sociological coming together in each human that makes the linguistic part of being human important. Now here's how I get that. The majority of psychical phenomena, that's stuff that is occurring inside us, psychological stuff, is related to a social relations function. That's what's happening outside, the relationships that we're in, friends, family, neighbors, and the like. Now, what Freud knew and what Lacan accepts here is that all individual psychology is social psychology. We are made from the relationships we have with other people. Our interiors are shot through with our relationships with others in the exterior environment. So what we have are little societies inside each of us. Our minds are populated, ourselves are populated by all our interactions that we have with other people. And what Lacan says, and this is his great addition, now we have to account for the subject's own speech with regards to these phenomena. So Freud really understood the link between the psychological and the sociological, the interior and the exterior. He also understood that it was important to focus on what patients say. Lacan is here adding to that. He's building on this idea by focusing on the subject's own account of these phenomena. Now you can scroll down a little bit here, and you can see on page 65, he brings up the imaginary in the next paragraph. Consequently, he says, the symptom which has a real signification cannot be psychological except, quote, in appearance. And it is distinguished from the ordinary register of psychical life by some discordant feature in which its serious character manifests itself. The best way to read this is to say that the symptom appears in the subject's speech as a signifier. It's a signifier. It has a real signification. Now we get to the good stuff, the next paragraph. Freud understood that it was this very choice that made the patient's account worthless. The patient's speech is somehow worthless, and yet this is precisely where the value in that speech lies. Pay attention. If we wish to recognize a reality that is proper to psychical reactions, we must not begin by choosing among them. We must begin by no longer choosing. Now, the way I read that is to say, we must listen to everything that a patient says when they communicate to us in the room, assuming you're the doctor here. Which is to say, you're no longer choosing what's the important stuff, what's the valuable stuff. And usually in the case of regular human speech, we choose against the stuff that we think is, quote, worthless. But let's see if this plays out. In order to gauge their efficacy, we must respect their succession. Now, what I think he means by that is the doctor in this case, the analyst, the psychoanalyst, by respecting their succession means that they are just simply listening to the flow of the patient's speech and noting the sequence of events that come up when somebody, say, tells them about a dream or the like. Certainly there is no question of restoring the chain of those reactions through the narrative, but the very moment in which the account is given, here we are back to the patient's speech, their communicative practice, can constitute a significant fragment of the chain, on condition that we demand that the patient provide the entire text and that we free him from the chains of narrative. And these two phrases are important. The entire text and we free him. Because the next paragraph gets into some of the technical moves that are going to be happening in analysis. Let's read through them together. This is the way in which what we might call analytic experience is constituted. Its first condition is formulated in a law of non-omission, which promotes everything that is self-explanatory. The everyday and the ordinary promotes all of this to the status of interesting that is usually reserved for the remarkable, but it is incomplete without the second condition. So this first condition, the law of non-omission, it means don't leave anything out. Tell the whole truth. If you know that expression, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Here it is, don't leave anything out, don't omit anything. Everything that happens in analytic experience, the everyday and the ordinary, is just as interesting as the stuff that seems super remarkable. And what psychoanalysis teaches us is that ordinary communicative practice is in fact more remarkable than the extraordinary use of language that we sometimes see. So don't leave anything out would be the first piece of advice if you wanted to become a psychoanalyst. You listen to everything And the stuff that you think is worthless turns out to be the most interesting. Law number 2, the law of non-systematization, which, positing incoherence as a condition of analytic experience, presumes significant all the dross of mental life, not only the representations in which scholastic psychology sees only non-meaning, dream scenarios, presentiments, daydreams, and confused or lucid delusions, but also the phenomena that are not even granted a civil status in it, so to speak, since they are altogether negative, slips of the tongue and bungled actions. So the law of non-systematization would basically say here that incoherence is the name of the game. A lot of times when people speak, especially when they're talking about themselves and things that matter to them and things that don't matter to them, it's not systematic speech. It's not organized like the essay that we're reading here. It's disjointed, people are all over the place. They're chattering about this and chattering about that. So don't look for systematic speech. Listen for incoherence as a condition of analytic experience. Now, what does that mean? It means speech proceeds oftentimes like a dream, where one thing leads to the other and there are tons of non sequiturs and things just don't seem to hang together. The daydream is just as relevant as your focused moment in an afternoon's work session. When you feel confused or lucid, even delusional, this is ripe stuff. So it's, in other words, when you're saying everything without being limited by the bounds of coherent speech, cogent discourse, when you can say what's on your mind without having to be all eloquent. What's interesting, too, is this is usually a standard for a good relationship. You know you're in a good relationship when you can, quote, be yourself. And what that usually means is you don't have to be all put together all the time. You can tell your partner anything. There's the law of non-omission. You don't need to omit anything about your experience. And you don't always have to be put together. You don't always have to be perfect, as you may have tried to be on your first date. Here's the law of non-systematization. You don't have to be all coherent and cogent and coherent. Key for this stuff. The same is true in analytic experience that you would want in a good interpersonal relationship. Final move. Let us note that these two laws, the law of non-omission and the law of non-systematization, or better, the rules of analytic experience, the first of which was isolated by Pichon, appear in Freud's work in the form of a single rule that he formulated in accordance with the concept prevailing at the time, the law of free association. So what Freud does is he combines the law of non-omission and the law of non-systematization into a single law here at the top of page 66, the law of free association. Free association. What are we after here? Okay, in our last lecture, we talked about that the way that psychical and social relations come together to form our senses of self. And we also talked about the role of language in all of that. Language is kind of an interesting one because language is like your skin in the sense that your skin is what serves as a barrier but also a connector between what's inside you, physically speaking, and what's outside you, physically speaking. Language does the same thing. Language is addressed to other people. It's something that is verbalized when you speak, addressed to others, but it is usually connected to something within. Usually it shows us trying to express something, to press something out, to express something interior, a thought, a feeling, or the like. So language serves as this go-between between interior and exterior as well, between psychic and social. The language in particular that's relevant for Lacan, building on Freud, we called free association. And free association is when the patient in an analytic experience would sit down and obey two laws. The first is the law of non-omission, which means you say everything and anything. Don't leave anything out. Say as much as you want. And the second law is non-systematization. You wouldn't feel obliged to keep things coherent or even to speak in sentences. You would allow your speech to function as weirdly and wonkily and as much like a weird dream sequence as you would like. You say anything and everything however you want. That would be the law of free association. So the type of language that is uniquely relevant to psychoanalytic experience is a free-flowing, everyday, mundane, sometimes scattered, weird, dreamlike, free associative way of speaking. Let's learn a little bit more about how this way of speaking operates. If we're on page 66, you look down and in the second paragraph under the next section, language pops again. And then in the final paragraph on page 66, beginning with "but the psychoanalyst," we see language at center stage. Let's see what more we can learn about this. But the psychoanalyst, in order not to detach analytic experience from the language of the situation that it implies, the situation of the interlocutor, comes upon the simple fact that language, prior to signifying something, signifies to someone. It is simply because the analyst is there, listening, that the man who speaks addresses him. And since he forces his discourse not to want to say anything, he becomes what this man wants to tell him. What the man says may in fact have no meaning, but what he says to the analyst conceals one anyway. Now this is important here. Before language means anything, when you speak it, it forms a relationship to somebody. There is an element of addressivity here that is occurring regardless of what you say. And there are many ways of speaking where what is communicated is not any particular thought or feeling content, but simply the existence of a relationship. So, for instance, you're walking down the hallway, someone's coming at you, and you say, "How are you doing?" And they respond, "Nothing much. What's up with you?" And you say, "I'm fine, thank you." Each of us have had weird interactions like this, where if you look at them on paper, they seem strange. But in actual practice, it's very easy and almost unnoticeable when someone says, "What's up?" And you're like, "Fine, thank you." Because what matters in that interaction is not what you're transmitting, not your actual feeling state. What matters there is the check-in. It's somebody just checking in to see how you're doing, to see how your relationship to them is doing. It's them saying, "Hey, I'm not going to murder you in this hallway. I'm not a bad guy. We're on the same team. Here, I see you and you see me, and we're in a relationship." This is what Lacan means here. Prior to signifying something, whether you're having a good day or a bad day, whether you've been doing a lot or not very much, prior to signifying anything about you or your day, you are signifying to someone. And the way that you're signifying to someone, in the example we just mentioned, is by greeting them. Not by directing a hostile gesture towards them, but by simply greeting them, as if to say hello. So what you're communicating here to someone, before anything about how you're doing and all this stuff, is that you have a positive, friendly relationship to them that you hope is reciprocated. And let me tell you how the truth of this example plays out. If you walk down the hallway and you ask somebody, "Hey, how you doing?" And they respond and say, "You know what? I've been having a really bad day. Do you have 30 minutes to speak with me about this? I've got some serious issues. Actually, it's been a terrible day. Thank you for asking. I'm having a really terrible time." That's not an appropriate answer. In that context, that person looks weird, because the purpose of that interaction is not to actually convey how you feel to another person. It's just a check-in to mark the friendly relationship that you have to them. As soon as you actually start to transmit your conduct and explain to somebody what it is you're feeling or what it is you've been up to in detail, the whole interaction goes off the rails, because it's not, the purpose of that interaction is not to transmit information. It's to ritualistically reinforce a relationship, a friendship, a cordiality. There is no information that needs to be transmitted. And that's proven by the fact that whenever somebody does try and transmit information, the interaction gets weird. So you walk down the hallway, you see somebody, and you say, "Hey, what's up?" The appropriate answer, you know it, is nothing much. What's up with you? But that's never true. There's always all kinds of things that are up. You could just as easily respond to that question and say, "What's up?" I'll tell you what's up. Are you paying attention to what's happening on the eastern borders of Ukraine? And you start going into the details about it. That could be something that's up. That's definitely up. It's been up for a long time. It's going to be up for a long time. You could certainly regale this person walking down the hallway with that part of what's up. You could talk about your day. You could talk about what's happening in your family. You could talk about what's happening in a book that you're reading. I'll tell you what's up. I watched 8 episodes of a really great show on Netflix last night. I'd like to talk with you about that. What's up? Well, let me ask you this. Do you have 30 minutes to talk about our Lord Jesus Christ? You see what I'm saying? When you ask somebody what's up, you're not actually asking them to tell you what is up with them, what they're up to. You want them to just say nothing much, because that means we're cool. You're cool, we're cool, I'm cool, you keep your stuff, I keep my stuff, thank you, goodbye. Good relationship. I'm emphasizing this because it's the relational, intersubjective aspect of speech. Prior to speaking anything of substance to somebody, it's the very fact that we are exchanging words in a language that we both presume to understand, and the relationship, the connection that is made there, that comes first. Prior to telling anybody anything about yourself, when you speak to them, there's a moment of address. I am singling you out to address you. And in that address, depending on how the address goes, is a relationship. There's a relationality that precedes the transmission of any information. And Lacan is saying that is absolutely fundamental to what happens in psychoanalysis. It is simply because the analyst is there listening that the man who speaks addresses him. And since he forces his discourse not to want to say anything, he becomes what this man wants to tell him. What the man says may in fact have no meaning, as in the case of the example where someone says, "What's up?" and you say, "I'm doing all right, thanks." Has no meaning, but what he says to the analyst conceals one anyway. In this case, the concealed meaning would be the friendly relationship that "what's up, I'm fine, thank you" conveys, beyond any meaningless aspect of the interaction. It is in the impulse to respond that the listener senses this, and it is by suspending this impulse to respond that the analyst understands the meaning of the discourse. So here the technical thing Lacan is getting at is that a good psychoanalyst is somebody who acknowledges that it's appropriate to respond to somebody's address, and yet resists that impulse, does not respond, and in so doing, understands the meaning of the discourse. It's at the level of call and response, and the relational dynamic, the relationship, the intersubjective relationship that is established when you address speech to another person, that we see all of the great foundational movements of communication coming into play. Don't forget, the origin of communication as a word is not union. People often see communication and they think, oh, it's about union, communion. No. The etymological origin of the word communication is from the Latin munus, which doesn't mean to unite, it means to share. Munus was a sharing, a partition, if you will. What we have here is a basic understanding of communication as sharing. In this case, sharing a relationship, sharing a hallway, sharing a public space, a friendship with somebody. That is all happening before anything is communicated. You see, even at the start of this lecture, I presume that you have English, enough to understand what I'm saying. And in presuming this, in addressing you in English, I am also presuming a foundational relationship, a relationship prior to any particular use of the English language, namely the assumption that we all speak the same. Whether that's a fair assumption or not is another question, but this is exactly where we are here on page 66 of this reading. Welcome back. Here we are on page 66, working through this essay, Beyond the Reality Principle. We've been talking about language and its relational function. The basic function of language when it's used is to mark and oftentimes establish a relationship with someone prior to the expression of any particular thought or feeling content. Lacan now here at the bottom of page 66 wants to return to that so-called thought content, especially in the context of analytic experience. So I'm reading here 7 lines from the bottom of page 66. He then recognizes in it an intention in the discourse that the analysand or the patient is directing at the analyst. One of the intentions that represent a certain tension in social relations, a demanding intention, a punitive intention, a propitiatory intention, a demonstrative intention, or a purely aggressive intention. Having thus understood this intention, let us observe how language transmits it. So there you are with your intention, your thought, your feeling, whatever it is you're going to express. And now let's talk about how language transmits it. And this is where things are going to get interesting. Pay attention, 3 lines up from the bottom of page 66. It does so in 2 ways about which analysis teaches us a great deal. And by analysis, of course, he means psychoanalysis. It is expressed but not understood by the subject. So that's the first thing. The true intention of your speech, of your discourse, whatever it is expressed but not understood by you. In what his discourse relates about his lived experience. And this is true as long as the subject assumes the moral anonymity of expression. This is the form of symbolism. The important part here is expressed but not understood. Second point, it is conceptualized but denied by the subject in what his discourse asserts about his lived experience. And this is true as long as the subject systematizes his conception. This is the form of negation. Here the important phrase is conceptualized but denied by the subject. So how does language transmit our intentions? It does so in 2 ways. Language transmits intentions in ways that allow these intentions to be expressed but not understood by us, and conceptualized but also denied. Now here what Lacan is getting at are some true intentions, maybe even unconscious intentions. Let's see where he goes with it. I'm on page 67, 4th line down. In analytic experience, intention thus turns out to be unconscious insofar as it is expressed, and conscious insofar as it is repressed. That's a nice little rhyme, isn't it? Unconscious insofar as it's expressed, conscious insofar as it's repressed. Now, what do we mean by this? Think about it this way. What our speech expresses, unbeknownst to us, is our unconscious intentions. And what we're conscious of in all of this, in the moment of speech, our so-called intentions, are only repressions. They only point to the repressed forms of our unconscious intentions. And this is a tricky thing to hold in mind here. So in every utterance, there are going to be these two levels of signification happening. There's the conscious signification. There's what you mean to say, or what you meant to say. And then there's what you actually communicated, an unconscious intention. So I have this t-shirt that I like to wear. It just says, "Apology screamed," period. If you read The Onion, it's a famous headline of theirs. Think about this. An apology screamed. "I'm sorry! I'm so sorry!" It's kind of funny, right? But notice how it's working here. The conscious intent here is to tell somebody that you're sorry, to apologize for a mistake that you made, and then to have them readmit you into the fold of society and welcome you back in. "Thanks for your apology. I forgive you. We're cool." There's your conscious intention. But if you've ever been in a situation where you find yourself screaming you're sorry, there's something way more than a simple, straightforward apology going on there. When you actually say, "I'm sorry," and you scream it like that, you're saying that you're really not sorry. You're actually still feeling pretty aggro towards this person, quite aggressive to scream an apology. That's why it's funny, because the irony is thick here. You're trying to ask forgiveness, but you're doing so in a way that gives offense. That's important. That's relevant here. You have, in other words, some unconscious element that is coming through in your speech and in defiance to the conscious intent that you're trying to bring forward. In fact, the conscious intent that you have, in other words, to apologize to somebody, only points to the repressed aggression that you still have towards them, well signaled by the fact that you are screaming this apology at them. Which is why Lacan goes on to say, "And language, being approached via its function of social expression, reveals both its significant unity in intention and its constitutive ambiguity as subjective expression, admitting," and here's the key point, "something that contradicts thought," or using thought to lie. It's the unconscious intent that contradicts your conscious thought. In an analytic experience, the doctor is listening for this kind of stuff, listening for all the apologies screamed. Hi, welcome back. We're looking at the essay on the subject who is finally in question. It begins on page 189 of Écrits, and I think the hint as to what we're getting at comes on page 192. The third full paragraph beginning, "How then can we?" Let's start there. "How then can we account for the obvious misunderstandings that abound in the conceptualizations in vogue in established circles?" Okay, don't get caught up in the fancy words. We're looking for a misunderstanding here that Lacan is supposedly going to address. Regardless of how their creations are slapped together, from the supposed feelings of unity, there's a clue, unity, where at the height of the treatment, the bliss that we are led to believe inaugurates libidinal development is found anew, to the much ballyhooed miracles obtained by reaching genital maturity, with its sublime ability to join in all regressions, this blissful joining resulting in unity. In all of this, and note, the past 5 lines have all been in between M dashes here. So there's a big hyphen and there's a long expression, and then we come to the end of the hyphenated clause here after regressions. So if we were to read this sentence without the big inserted M- phrase, it would read, regardless of how their creations are slapped together, we can recognize in them the mirage which is not even debated, the completeness of the subject. So what I've done here is I've looked at this paragraph and I've taken the second sentence and removed the middle clause, which is quite wordy and detailed, profound but also detailed, and just read the sentence without it. Regardless of how their creations are slapped together, folks who occupy these established circles, we can recognize in them the mirage which is not even debated, the completeness of the subject. People even formally take such completeness as a goal, which should in theory be reachable even if in practice infirmity, attributable to the technique or to the aftermath of the patient's history, requires that it remain an overly distant ideal. The key phrase here is the completeness of the subject. This is the great mirage, which is to say fantasy, which is to say misunderstanding, that Lacan believes much psychoanalytic theory and technique is relying upon. This hope that the end of analysis, the goal of analysis, is the completeness of the subject. Completeness as a goal here. He does not believe that that is the case. Good analysis does not end in the completing of a subject. Quite the contrary. Nor was the subject complete before whatever ailment or maladaptive trait sent them in for analysis. It's not that we were all complete as babies and then society shattered us, and then somehow we're going back to therapy in order to become whole again. That is not the case. Completeness fantasies are just those, fantasies. Turning the page from 192 to 194. 194 to 195 are the key pages in this essay. Let's walk through some of the passages here and see what we can make of them. I'm looking about a quarter of the way down the page on 194, the paragraph that begins, "It is difficult not to see." Now, anytime a paragraph begins by saying it is difficult not to see, yet nevertheless we have a whole paragraph on the topic, it means that it's probably, in truth, pretty difficult to see whatever is at hand. If that weren't the case, we wouldn't need a whole paragraph explaining it to us. In Lacan, this always applies. When he says it is difficult not to see, get ready for the big reveal. It is difficult not to see that even before the advent of psychoanalysis, a dimension that might be called that of the symptom was introduced. Now, this is going to be an important term for what we get into here, this idea of a symptom. Now, at this point in Lacan's career, the idea of the symptom is profoundly connected to his understanding of language, which we're going to talk a little bit about here in a moment. So hold that in mind. He thinks of symptoms here as signifiers. Signifiers. Later on, he will come along and think of symptoms more in terms of another concept, which he calls the synthome. We won't get much into that here today, but it is quite the opposite of a symptom. It is not something that is interpretable. It's something that defies analysis, that defies interpretation. The synthome is something else entirely. It is not a linguistic or tropological aspect. It is a topological aspect of the subject. But we're not there yet. We're just talking about symptoms. And let's see what we can get going here. This notion of the symptom was introduced, and it was articulated on the basis of the fact that it represents the return of truth as such into the gap of a certain knowledge. Now, I would wager here that the certain knowledge Lacan is talking about here is unconscious knowledge, a certain type of knowledge. And what you'll see in Lacan often is a separation between knowledge and truth. The field of knowledge is the field of consciousness. It's the field of the ego. It's the field of awareness, self-awareness, self-consciousness. Truth, though, for Lacan is usually hooked into the unconscious. It usually finds expression more in the accidental utterance than the one that you consciously, artfully, carefully wrought for an event. So I would suggest that the return of truth that the symptom allows for is a return of unconscious truth, which is a certain type of knowledge if you think about it. You know that there is a lot that you don't know, right? Well, there are a lot of things that you know, but of which you are unaware. Next paragraph. I'm not referring to the classical problem of error. So this is not truth versus error, fact versus mistake. That's not what we're talking about, or truth versus falsehood. But let's see where he goes with this. I'm not referring to the classical problem of error, but rather to a concrete manifestation that must be appreciated clinically, in which we find not a failure of representation, but a truth of another reference than the one, whether representation or not, whose fine order it manages to disturb. So the truth of the unconscious is not one that depends on the logic of representation. And this is interesting. What he's suggesting here is that the symptom doesn't work through a logic of representation. The symptom doesn't represent something else. That's not really what he's about yet. And he wants to suggest that in the history of Western thought, representation has been the dominant logic, and the idea that every expression should connect to a truth or an error in a representative way. So the truth of the unconscious disrupts the logic of representation. This is the fine order that it manages to disrupt, ... in this paragraph. And I would just suggest that the fine order of representation that it manages to disrupt has a certain discourse and discipline attached to it. And that is going to be the discipline of philosophy. The discipline of philosophy is oftentimes figured as the discipline in which truth finds expression, in which representations of truth can be arrived at through philosophical discourse. And that, of course, is premised on the belief that, especially in the modern era, that self-consciousness is the height of philosophical discourse, a kind of awareness. In the old days, it would be kind of like know thyself. By the time, though, we get to the modern era, it's something different. It's about accessing consciousness, self-consciousness, awareness as much as possible. So the completeness that would be at stake here would be a complete self-awareness, a completely cognizant being. And of course, in psychoanalysis, we don't accept that as a possibility. The great discovery of Freud is that we are not complete beings, never completely cognizant, because there's always some part of us that's unconscious. But let's read on here. We could get lost in the next paragraph on 194. There's great stuff out there on Marx as the discoverer of the symptom and the like, but this is not a lecture on Marxism, so let's back off that and move down to the next paragraph. We're on an agenda here. The one that begins, I am aware. I am aware of the precision with which it is fitting to accompany this theme of truth and its detour in knowledge. Now this is important. Bruce has kept the French here for detour because if you look to the right at the bottom of 195, you'll see it again, here worded as a dodge. Keep your eye on this French term. But what Lacan here is saying is that in the discourse of philosophy, truth has been detoured into knowledge. It's the belief that knowledge of oneself, consciousness, self-awareness, he says this is a detour for truth. This is not the true path of truth. This is a detour, a distraction. It's been detoured in knowledge, an arena where truth really has no place. And that's the idea here, is that truth is elsewhere. The field of knowledge has no space in it for truth. And so when truth finds itself there, it is on a detour, which is nevertheless the crux, it seems to me, of philosophy as such. So in this paragraph here, you can see very clearly what Lacan's referring to here. This is psychoanalysis versus philosophy. Psychoanalysis is on the side of truth. Philosophy is on the side of knowledge. Psychoanalysis is on the side of unconscious truth. Philosophy is on the side of egotistical knowledge, especially self-consciousness. There's the unconscious truth that psychoanalysis accesses and brings to our attention. And then there is the obsession with complete and full consciousness, characterized by the ego, that we see driving the discourse of philosophy. Okay, we've been talking a little bit about the symptom. We're on page 194 here. Let's get into it. At the bottom of 194, we have a paragraph that begins, unlike a sign. Unlike a sign, or smoke which is never found in the absence of fire, a fire that smokes indicates, with the possible call to put it out. A symptom can only be interpreted in the signifying order. So the suggestion here so far is that symptoms at the top of 194 represent a return of truth as such into the gap of a certain knowledge. Now, psychoanalytic truth is unconscious truth versus philosophical truth, which is the truth supposedly associated with consciousness. Lacan says all that amounts to is a fetishization of knowledge. So you have knowledge and philosophy on one side, truth and psychoanalysis on the other. Consciousness, unconsciousness. These are where the priorities lie. These are the moving pistons that Lacan is trying to work out here. And the symptom does something. Unlike the sign, which operates according to a logic of representation, the way that smoke represents fire, if you will, the symptom works somewhat differently. Its logic is not one of representation, where you see smoke and you know it represents fire. A symptom can only be interpreted in a signifying order. A signifier has meaning only through its relation to another signifier. So it's not a sign that has a referent. So we've been talking about symptom as signifier at the bottom of page 194. And I've suggested that this doesn't work through representation. Signifiers work by being connected to other different signifiers. A whole web of signifiers is what gives meaning to one of them, regardless of their referential or representative work. They're connected through a series of articulations with other different signifiers. And the example that we were working with here was that of a dictionary. A dictionary contains many words. You can look up all kinds of things in a dictionary, but each definition will be comprised of different words that in turn would need to be looked up if you were new to that language. So let's get on with the reading here. A signifier has meaning only through its relation to another signifier. That's the example of looking up a word in the dictionary. Cat only has meaning in relation to another signifier like fuzzy. Moving on. The truth, there's that word again, the truth of symptoms resides in this articulation. You see, the truth of smoke, you might say, resides in fire, in what it represents. Lacan is not saying that. He might be saying the truth of smoke resides in its relationship to something like fire. Here's what he's saying. The truth of symptoms resides in this articulation. Not in what they point to, but in what they're connected to. Symptoms remain somewhat vague when they're understood as representing some eruption of truth. And they do. They remain somewhat vague when you understand a symptom as a representation of some underlying clinical structure. In fact, they are truth. That's the key move that he's making here. The symptom doesn't represent an underlying truth. The symptom is the truth. And that's the mystery to get unraveled here. It is made of the same wood from which truth is made. If we posit materialistically that truth is what is instated on the basis of the signifying chain, which you can think of as language use. Let's see what we can make of this. First things first, we might be able to add some things to these phrases. That last one in particular. If we posit materialistically that truth is what is instated by way of symptom or through symptoms on the basis of a signifying chain. So truth and symptoms are occurring in the same articulative order. And this, Lacan says, is key. Not what's beyond the order, but what we see as the order itself. In Lacanian psychoanalysis, this order is of course known as the symbolic. And you can look it up and learn a lot. It signifies society, language, law, order, normativity, all the rules and expectations and ethics that come with a given community. But primarily for our purposes, language. The symbolic is this signifying order that he talks about at the bottom of 194. Now let's scroll down a little bit and get into what's at stake here in this understanding of symptoms. If we understand symptoms and truth as functions of language, as a signifying order, remember the example of the dictionary, we can draw some implications from this. So what Lacan is going to do here is he's going to assume that you have a pretty good understanding of symptoms as signifiers and signifiers as entities whose truth reside in their articulation with other signifiers. The example here again is language. Symptoms are like words in a language, and they derive their meaning by being connected to other symptoms. Now, let's take an example of this, a classic example. Let's talk about how repression works. So, there's a traumatic event, a car crash, worst event of your life. Now, it's tough for you to think of this event on a daily basis, much less at the time of its occurrence. In fact, at the time of the occurrence, you may have found that you repressed much of this event. Now, what that means is not that you took the entire event and condensed it into a single memory and then shoved that into the depths of your unconscious. That's not the case. What gets repressed during and after a traumatic event is a signifier of that event. Some part of that event that is brought forth and repressed. Now, I wouldn't say that this signifier represents the event. It's not a part that represents the whole, the way that the trope of synecdoche would work. It's more like a metonym. It's a condensation, a part that is functioning and just as powerful as the whole. So the logic here would not be synecdochic, but metonymic. Synecdoche, metonymy, you can look them up. Now, what happens as time goes on? You had the car crash. You repressed some part of that. Now, let's say the part that you repressed was the feeling of your bloody clothing stuck to your skin. You were wearing a velvet shirt, soaked in blood, stuck to your skin. And that's the creepy, crawly part of that experience that you grabbed hold of and shoved under, repressing it. Now, as time goes on, you get over as much as possible this horrible car accident. But the repressed signifier from this accident, the feeling of wet velvet, bloodied and stuck to your skin, stays with you. And it stays with you in the unconscious as you move through life. And then suddenly, you're at Goodwill, looking around for a new shirt, and you're going through the racks, and all of a sudden you touch a shirt that is velvet. And you immediately recoil in horror and disgust. You can't imagine this shirt ever being near you, and you're like, oh my God, and you leave the store. Or something worse. But you recoil in disgust. You've had a reaction to one of these pieces of clothing. Now, what's happening in this moment is that this repressed signifier has gone along until it finds a connection to another signifier in your environment. Here, the shirt on the rack at Goodwill. And once those two signifiers connect, the one of which you're conscious, the shirt at Goodwill, and the one of which you are unconscious, the repressed feeling of velvet stuck to your skin from that car accident. Now suddenly, the signifier that is the shirt at Goodwill connects retroactively to the primal scene or the traumatic event of the car crash. And that's how that connection works. What you get established as a result of this is an entire web of signifiers. You have the traumatic event. You have the repressed signifier here, R1. R1 goes on in time. Until it connects to R2, which is the shirt at Goodwill. At which point R2 establishes a retroactive relationship to the traumatic event. Now what you have here is a series of signifiers brought together in a signifying order. They are articulate in a signifying order. And the truth of all of this is not so much the traumatic event, but the order itself in which the trauma occurs in the future as a signifier. The shirt at Goodwill does not represent the trauma. It signifies it. It connects to it. It drags it forward. It makes it present. That's why you recoil in disgust. The shirt itself becomes as powerful as the traumatic event, enough to make you recoil in disgust and even storm out of the store. What we have here is an understanding of symptoms that are based on their connection to other symptoms in a signifying order. The word I've been using is signifier, but for Lacan, at this point in his career, signifier and symptom operate according to the same logics. Not logics of representation, but logics of signifierness, of articulation. Logics that very close to relate to language. Okay, final word on the subject who is finally in question. We're on page 195, looking right down to the middle of the page and remembering the last word of the previous lecture, language. Because now what Lacan is going to do is say, now that you understand how symptoms work as signifiers in a signifying order known as language, we can understand a little bit more about the truth behind the mirage with which this essay begins, like our lectures, the mirage of the completeness of the subject. The subject here, not the signifier, is really what's at stake for Lacan. That's why we started on 192 with this mirage, which is not even debated, the completeness of the subject. So all this work that he does to take on philosophy, to refigure symptoms as signifiers apart from signs and representational logics, up to 195 is about getting us to some understanding of the subject that does not comply with the mirage or the fantasy of completeness. And here we go, middle of page 195. By taking one's bearings from the joint between the consequences of language and the desire for knowledge, a joint that is the subject. Now let's just pause right there and rework this as a sentence that makes sense. The subject is the joint between the consequences of language and the desire for knowledge. Now that's important here. The subject is not some complete, holistic entity. The subject is a joint, is a connecting place. And if you have two things joined together, what you have to also know is that there will always be some minimum distance, a crack or a fissure or a joint, that allows them to remain discernible as two distinct entities. If you take two entities, like 2 cups of water, and you pour one into the other, there's not a joint that connects the 2 cups of water. Now you just have 1 cup of water. The joint is gone. There are not 2 gatherings of water, but only 1. You see? A joint is required in order for 2 entities to be connected, but also to be discernible as distinct. And you'll see oftentimes in Lacanian literatures this question of what is objet a? What is this little a that is the object cause of desire? You'll see desire as a word here. We're going to talk about it in a second. But it is just this. It is the minimum distance between 2 points that allows these points to remain distinct. Here, Lacan is using the word joint for that minimum distance. The subject is neither one nor the other, but the joining of them. The same way that the truth of the symptom is the articulation of those symptoms. A signifier has meaning only through its relation to another signifier. It's at the level of the relationship, the connection, that the signifier takes on meaning. It doesn't have meaning in itself. It doesn't have meaning in a referent that it connects to. It has meaning in its connection to another signifier. The same way that the word cat and fuzzy have meaning in connection to each other. It's the connection that gives them import. This connection is the truth of the symptom, it's the truth of the signifying order, it's the truth of truth, and it is also here the truth of the subject. The subject is the joint between the consequences of language and the desire for knowledge. So let's take these topics one at a time. What are the consequences of language? Now, this is one of the central parts in all of Lacanian psychoanalysis. The consequences of language when it is introduced into the life of a human being. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll see a paragraph that begins all of these verification values on 195 will not stop castration, which is the key to the subject's radical dodge. There's that French word again that connects with the word for detour on 195, by which the symptom comes into being. From remaining even in the training analysis, the enigma that the subject resolves only by avoiding it. Now let's just focus on this. There's a connection going on here between what's happening at the bottom of 195, the detour of truth and knowledge, and the consequences of language. Castration does not mean that somebody is manually cutting at your junk. This is not a physical enterprise. Castration for Lacan, if you want a better word for it, more accurate word, a less charged word, is prohibition. The first and foremost consequence of language when it is introduced into your life was prohibition. So no matter what your first word was, no matter what the first word you heard was, its function was as no, as prohibition. And the prohibition that is the first signifier of any language, that is no, is a prohibition against living without prohibition, against continuing on in life as though there were not this other thing, this other place known as language. And you see this all the time with little kids. You'll see the parent at the store and the little kid is crying because they want something, a piece of candy or some type of cereal or whatever. And the parent says something like, "I can't understand you when you're crying." Use your words. Use your big boy words. "I don't understand you when you're crying. Tell me what happened." And then the kid, of course, struggles with this and sobbing is, "And I just want this." You could see them struggling to take this impulsive, affective, intense state and put it into words. Now, these are not the child's words. They are yours. The tongue you're asking the child to use is always the mother's tongue. This is a language that predated their birth, the language that you spoke. And then they're born into the world, and over time you introduce them to this language, gradually integrating them. Ideally, if you want to produce just a normal person, integrating them into language. One of the basic origins of psychosis in Lacanian psychoanalysis is a failure to integrate into language, into the symbolic. You have a broken relationship to the symbolic, which is, of course, what gets us onto the synthome later in life. The synthome for the psychotic is a special type of linguistic apparatus that heals or closes the rupture in the subject's relationship to language. But that's separate for the lectures on psychosis, which you may have seen. Here, what we're thinking of is a subject that's going to be integrated into the normal order of things. I say normal not because it's right, but because it's what's typical. Law, order, neighborhood, conventions, how you're supposed to hold a fork, all these civilizing techniques that make up one's community. The word here is castration, though, because what it says is you don't just get to eat with your hands anymore. Now you have to do it a different way. That insistence that you have to do it differently functions as a prohibition. This is the first and foremost consequence of language. When language is introduced into a child's life, it functions as a prohibition. Yes, it gives the child new ways to express their needs in the forms of demands. But what it does also is it prohibits them from doing something other than using language. That's the first and foremost thing to note about the consequences of language here, is that it produces a prohibition. It is experienced as a prohibition against any furthering of life without prohibition. When you're a baby, you eat with your hands. You say what you want. When you have to poop, you poop. When you have to pee, you pee. When you're upset, you cry. With the advent of language, though, with the advent of society, with all of its rules, with the advent of the symbolic, you now learn that there are appropriate times and places to poop and pee. Sometimes crying is not going to get you what you want. You have to use a different methodology. This is what we're talking about here. The first and foremost consequence of language is this experience of castration. The best word for which is prohibition, of constraint. Now, it's constraint that is productive for most people because it gives them a place in the world, a sense of identity, a sense of what object relations theorists would call containment. It allows them to feel held by the symbolic. And that holding or containing function is actually extremely fertile for senses of self, for senses of identity, for senses of reality, for non-psychotic, non-maladaptive relations to others. It is an extremely productive and maybe even the basic functional productive move that society makes, is to provide you with a place, a home. And this is exactly what is at stake when we talk about language as the house of being. More in a minute. Still on page 195, working this text very carefully. The first consequence of language, as we've seen, is prohibition. And what that prohibition effectively does is it splits the subject into two aspects of its being. One aspect is prelinguistic, animalistic, biological, viably impulsive. The other aspect that is introduced when language is imposed and prohibition occurs in the subject is that now the subject also has a sociological component, a linguistic sense of self, a sense of self that exists at the level of the signifier that the social order imposed on them when they were born. In this case, your first name. You are not your first name, but nevertheless you answer to it. That is your personal signifier. But it is you existing in the field of language, which is not the same as where you exist when you're sitting on the toilet. So you can exist, for instance, on an envelope that the mail carrier is actively putting in your mailbox right now. As a linguistic being, your name is on that envelope, and so are you. But you can be in the bathroom while that's happening, as a biological being, pursuing other urges. The point about this is that when language is introduced, and when you find yourself integrated into its order, its signifying order, you find yourself like a symptom, with meaning only in connection to all these other parts of yourself, linguistic parts that exist elsewhere. Your bank account, your internet profiles, your appearance on the apps, dating apps, social media apps, your handles all up and down Twitter. These are you, but elsewhere. You are this dispersed, reticulate being. You exist as identity, as an articulation of all these different signifiers that are you. There's always only one biological, material, embodied you. But there are all these other linguistic yous that float around at the level of the name, the account number, your social security number, your internet handles, and the like. What we're getting at here is that the subject is very much like a symptom. It exists and derives meaning only by its connection to other subjects, you might say versions of yourself, in a signifying order, an order that is mediated by language. Now, what this means is that you are this network of signifiers. You are a networked self, if you will. That is not a complete, holistic self. This is an understanding of digital identity in the digital age, you might say, where the completeness of the subject is cast aside and you accept that you are this networked self. A subject, in other words, that exists as a series of joints. Remember what we're talking about here on page 195. The subject is the joint between the consequences of language and the desire for knowledge. Now, if you exist as a subject and you are an articulated subject existing only as a series of joints between all these different nodal points, all these different signifiers, all of which are you, this is a consequence of language. You are a split subject, a divided subject, made up of all these connected yet ultimately distinct entities. You know what you start to look like in this case? A dictionary. You start to look like a differential system of signifiers. The self, the networked self, is a differential system of signifiers. The subject and the symptom fit very well together here. Now what happens is that this series of connected entities that is a consequence of language, and remember the basic consequence of language is prohibition, is a subtraction of something, a cut that is introduced, a gap that is opened up. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. The joint is the minimum gap required between two entities to allow them to remain distinct. This is what produces the desire for knowledge as wholeness, as complete consciousness, as total self-awareness. This is what Lacan is getting at here with truth versus knowledge, psychoanalysis versus philosophy. Unconscious truth that psychoanalysis pursues, and conscious awareness, knowledge of self, pure and complete knowledge of oneself that philosophy promises. Here, the desire for knowledge as self-knowledge, as whole knowledge, as complete self-awareness of all of your connecting parts and all of your nodal points, is also articulate with the desire of philosophy as complete self-awareness. And this is desire. Why? Not because it aims at wholeness. All desire aims at the acquisition of objects that we believe will make us whole. If we just get a better smartphone, we'll feel more in touch with the world, better in our own skin, and so forth. That's not, though, what the crux of desire is. Everybody knows what they desire. Everybody has a list of objects they want. And the fantasy is that if I just get them, I'll feel whole. I'll be that complete subject. If I can just get the job, the car, the house, the partner, the family, if I can just get all this stuff lined up, if I can just get my shit together, I'll be whole. Not so. You know what you want. See my use of knowledge there? But the truth of desire is somewhere else. The truth of desire is not in the object that you want. It's in the cause of desire itself. In other words, not what you want, but why you want. Why do you desire? Because you experience yourself as missing something. It is the experience of lack that causes or activates desire for certain objects. The key question in psychoanalysis, in other words, is not what do you want, but why do you want it? You want it because you don't have it. Now, I don't have horns, but I don't feel like I'm missing them. I don't feel like I lack horns. It's the experience of lack. It's the experience of feeling like you want or need something that you don't have. And what else is the goal of advertising? Except this, to produce the experience of lack, to make you feel like you're missing something. A new phone, a new car, a better shirt, whatever the case may be. It's the production of the experience of lack that marketers do day in and day out. They make you feel like you're missing out on stuff. They make you fear that you're going to be missing out on stuff. And as a result, they drive you in capitalist logics to the store to buy stuff. Stuff that you hope is going to make you feel whole again. Desire's key question is not what do you want, in other words, but why do you want it? And this desire for knowledge, for self-awareness, for self-consciousness that we've been talking about here, I'm trying to tell you why we want that. We want and desire pure, 100% complete understandings of ourselves, enlightenment, if you will, because in our everyday lives, that's not what we have. You are not aware of the mail carrier bringing the envelope with your name on it and putting it in your mailbox while you're in the bathroom. You, as a subject, are out in the world doing things right now that you never knew you could. You're doing things online, even though you're not doing anything online right now. Somebody is retweeting one of your posts, and there you go, communicating to others as a result. Unbeknownst to you. That's happening in the background, outside of your consciousness, and we know it. You know, as soon as you click send on an email, that somebody could forward that email to someone else. It could be happening right now as you watch this lecture. You're not aware of it. But the fantasy of completeness, the desire for knowledge, is that maybe someday you could become aware of it. That's what we're working on here. The desire for knowledge. So here we have a subject that is the joint between the consequences of language, the first and foremost of which is prohibition, fragmentation, a splintering or splitting of the subject into all these different areas, parts of which are biological, parts of which are linguistic. And this splitting of the subject is what creates all the gaps and the cuts in your identity that your desire for knowledge tries to fill in. And oftentimes people go to therapy in pursuit of this desire for knowledge, self-knowledge. They go to therapy and say, I just don't understand why I do what I do. Please bring me answers. Help me have a fuller, more complete understanding of myself. This is a very common, very normal, but incorrect and rather dangerous approach to self-help. You think what you want is to know more about yourself, to have a complete self-awareness, to know thyself. The truth of psychoanalysis is that you cannot ever do that because there are always going to be parts of you that are unconscious, including those parts that are being forwarded to somebody else via email right now, that are being retweeted and sent out into the world unbeknownst to you, and that are coursing their way to your mailbox on the cover of an envelope. Those are all parts of you too. Those are parts of you that can exist because we live in a signifying order, an order of signifiers. You are not physically, materially on Twitter, but your signifier is. Your digits are, so on and so forth. So what we have here is an understanding of the subject that is this jointed configuration of things, two of which are the consequences of language, which we've discussed, and this desire for knowledge as self-awareness, as a way to get beyond ignorance, the hope that we could someday be less ignorant about ourselves. This is the subject's detour. Truth confused with knowledge, mistaken truth. The subject's detour into the pursuit of completion, wholeness, fullness, is a detour of the truth of the unconscious into the fantasy of total knowledge of oneself. It's a truth that is detoured into knowledge. The important point is not the consequence of language and not the desire for knowledge. The point about the subject is their joining. The subject is the minimum distance required between those two elements, the consequences of language and the desire for knowledge, that allows them to remain distinct. The subject is their point of articulation. That's what it is. It's the joint. And this is what we have to remember. This joining makes for a networked self, a self that is comprised of many nodal points, some of which we are aware, some of which we are unaware, some of which are conscious, others of which are unconscious. Lacan's point is if you put all your eggs in the basket of consciousness and try and pursue that to the end of the line in search of completeness, you're destined to be let down because nobody's perfect. Nobody's whole. We all have unconscious truths. We all have bloody velvet shirts stuck to our skin. Okay, welcome back. We're here looking at the essay, Variations on the Standard Treatment. It's a long one. It extends all the way to page 300. So we're going to take this step by step. And I think if we arrive at maybe 10 moves here, 8 to 10 moves, I think we'll have the essay pretty well in hand. So this is a mid-50s project. It begins on page 267 and has kind of a long wind-up, in my opinion. And then on page 275, the rubber starts to hit the road. The question of what it means to speak, he says there in the second full paragraph. He's starting to raise the question of speech, of communication, and what that would also involve would be listening, interpreting, and how exactly we're bound up in speech, our senses of self bound up in speech, wrapped up in speech, symptomatically often. So on 275, he starts developing and unfurling a theory of speech. And it would be some kind of speech that would proceed by free association. The speech he's most interested in is going to be analytic discourse, the discourse that occurs in therapy. And so there towards the bottom of 275, you hear him summarizing this discourse. This discourse must be pursued first without stopping. That means just say it as much as you can, keep going, all this stuff. And second, without holding anything back. So here we have a non-stop and non-omission policy. So keep talking and don't hold anything back, and it's going to be fine. And he says this is important because holding back is something the subject might be inclined to do. This is an addition that Bruce makes, the translator of this passage, to let you know and almost to anticipate what's coming next, which is this notion of resistance. The way that instead of saying everything and anything that comes to mind, we tend to hold back. Or when we're about to say something sensitive, we tend to stammer or stutter or slip symptomatically. So that without holding back is very important here. And why might we hold back? Out of a concern for coherence, because we don't want to sound foolish. We don't want to sound incoherent. We like our speech to sound coherent. Or internal rationality, but also out of the shame regarding its ad hominem thrust or its unacceptability in polite society. So basically, we're afraid we're going to offend somebody, say something inappropriate. And so the speech that occurs in therapy, in the analytic experience, is one that is supposed to be truthful. It's supposed to be candid, nonstop, and inclusive of everything and anything. And yet at the same time, it's one of those places where we see dilemmas, where we see barriers, where we see hesitations, and mores like that would produce shame, rules about appropriate society or what's the kind thing to say and so forth. Then there at the bottom of 275, about 4 lines up, free association, very key here. But note how he puts this here. It's not exactly free because it is still contained, by which the subject's speech is maintained in syntactic form that articulates it in discourse in the language employed as understood by the analyst. So language is still this container, and language with all of its rules, syntax, grammar, diction, and the like. Language is still the container in which the analysand or the patient freely associates. So free association is always going to be in this contained environment known as language, bound by certain rules. And Lacan is just kind of flagging this here. The reason why he's flagging it is because he wants to note that the symbolic is always there. The symbolic here includes language, rules, expectations, norms, all the things that you might deem polite society. Those norms are written into the symbolic. Language is also there. So there's this container known as society with language and rules and expectations in which this discourse of analytic experience is supposed to unfold, and unfold in a way that is helpful. This is where everything starts with this notion of speech. Now, Lacan then on page 276 turns to this notion of the listener. Here we're talking about the analyst, the therapist. They occupy the position of the listener. Lacan thinks this is fundamental. This is absolutely key. A listener, also an interpreter, who participates in the production of truth. And this is pretty important. We're going to come back to this time and again, but Lacan believes that we are constituted in speech, and that speech is always addressed, and that the constituting of an individual is always first and foremost a social function. In other words, it happens in the context of others. Others come first. Others come before selves. Selves, in fact, are productions, effect structures of interactions with others. That'll be a theme in this essay and across his writing. Here we're talking about the analyst, and he believes the analyst plays an important part in the construction of the subject who's speaking and the identification of that subject. and eventually the treatment of that subject. So let's hold all of that in mind. In the middle of 276, Lacan says, now let's pause for a second and let's back up and get to this universal root of analytic experience, namely its introduction into the experience of speech. So here is the first and foremost element, speech. Now, what do we know about speech? Spoken discourse is addressed to others. Even when you're alone, it is still addressed. It presumes an auditor, an addressee, someone to whom is spoken and someone that could hear. Even if you don't respond to someone speaking to you, that is still kind of a response. It serves and communicates lots of things. If I ask you how you're doing and you don't reply, I'm going to assume all kinds of things. I'm going to interpret that in many different ways. So speech is central here. Then on page 277, Lacan again wants to zero in on the kind of speech we're talking about in free association, when someone says anything and everything in a nonstop fashion. In these moments, a certain material is produced. On 277, the first full paragraph. Yet the very term material has since denoted the fact that the set of phenomena in which we had hitherto learned to find the symptom's secret. And this is what Lacan is trying to do, is to recall this original form of psychoanalysis where we looked for the symptom's secret, the symptom as a signifier of some issue. And we listened for certain types of expressions, certain ways of communicating, which Lacan here identifies as psychoanalytic semantics, an immense domain annexed by Freud's genius to man's knowledge that warrants the true title of psychoanalytic semantics. Now, what's included in this very special form of language use, of symbolic action, that psychoanalysis should be concerned with, according to Freud and carried forward here with Lacan? Dreams, bungled actions, slips of the tongue, memory disturbance, whims of thought, association, and so on. All of these specific forms of communicative practice, according to Lacan, have fallen out of favor in analytic technique. That for him is a big problem. The slips, the stutters, the stammers that were the bedrock of analytic communicative practice, the kind of stuff that the analyst was listening for, have fallen out of favor. But each of these psychoanalytic semantics would function according to language, as a linguistic apparatus. Dreams are heavily symbolic. They are shot through with signifiers. Bungled actions. These are all things outlined in the early 20th century by Freud, known as parapraxes, as they come across in the English translation. They gave it a Latin, fancy Latin term from the Greek here to suggest something that would go alongside and sometimes even against like your daily practice. That's what para means in the Greek as it gets carried forward. It doesn't just mean alongside, it also means against. And here a praxis would be a way of living, a way of moving through the world. So let's pause there with this notion of speech and the certain types of speech that psychoanalysis is interested in. Okay, we were just talking about speech here in variations on the standard treatment. We were on page 277 and identifying a certain type of speech or speaking pattern that the analyst would be looking for in analytic experience. And that would be the types of stutters and stammers, what we now popularly know as Freudian slips. Now the question becomes, what do you do with that? If this is a communicative practice that you are attending to, what might come of this in therapy? Prior to this, quote, turning point, Lacan says there in the second full paragraph on page 277. Turning point in quotation marks here because Lacan thinks it's a wrong turn. And the wrong turn he is talking about here is the way that analytic technique in the mid-50s had turned away from, at least in his view, the original psychoanalytic semantics that he discusses above. Prior to this so-called turning point, it was by deciphering such material, and here we're talking about Freudian slips, that the subject was able to remember his history along with the outlines of the conflict that determined his symptoms. Remembering here is very important. Elsewhere, Lacan talks about this as psychoanalytic anamnesis, Greek word for remembering or recalling or recollecting. This weird form of remembering the past. And this is one of the great wagers that Freud comes up with and that Lacan really wants to home in on here in the mid-50s, is that people who are struggling with their past are usually struggling with the past that they would like to let go of and forget, but that won't let go of them and constantly causes them to remember it. So here we're talking about someone being done with the past, but the past not being done with them. And when you live a life like this, the past is constantly determining your present. It's controlling your life. Past mistakes, slips, feelings of guilt, all these types of things keep coming up. That is the past controlling your present. In psychoanalysis, by very carefully trying to learn to listen to how you speak, you're able to start hearing secret affinities, strange wormholes between the present in which you're communicating and the past that has been over-determining your action. Now, this is different because what it effectively does is it transforms your past into your history. This would be the goal, so that the past no longer over-determines your present, but has been re-subjectivized, that has been reclaimed, owned in a new way, in a way that allows you to come to terms with your past. And that's a very good way to put this. In psychoanalysis, you learn to come to terms with your past. And in coming to terms with it, reclaim it, transform it into your history. Not something that you still are, but something that you were in order to become something different. And that's very important here. The ultimate horizon here would be someone who has enough compassion towards themselves to recognize that even the worst things they've done in their past are still part and parcel of what has made them into the person they are today, which is a person that they kind of like. So they wouldn't change anything about the past, because if they change something about the past, it would change who they are today. And that would presume that they're not content with who they are today. Doesn't mean you can't live a life that has some regrets in it. But if you live a life strictly of regret, you might benefit from this technique, is Lacan's wager. And he's getting it straight from Freud. It was by deciphering weird slips of the tongue that you could remember your past and transform it into your history. And with that, the outlines of the conflict that determined your symptoms up to that point. And the value to be granted in technique to the elimination of symptoms was based on how well the order in his history was restored and the gaps in it were filled. So the idea here is that the standard or the test to see if it was working, if the therapy was working, was that you would be able to start telling a pretty coherent story about where you came from, about why you are the way you are today. This history would be restored and the gaps would be filled. The observed elimination of symptoms demonstrated a dynamic in which the unconscious was defined as a clearly constituting subject. Now, this is important here. The unconscious here is that part of your past that you had never come to terms with prior to therapy. And it was a constituting subject because it was an active agent. The unconscious here was the thing that was moving you in certain directions, determining your conduct, constituting you, determining who you were. So here we see the unconscious as an active agent, a constituting agent, one that constitutes who you are. And the idea was that by addressing the symptoms and marching them back to their primal scenes or their causes, you could somehow come to terms with them in ways that would cause the symptoms to decline. You wouldn't stutter or stammer as much when you tried to say the word mom or dad or whatever the case may be. The unconscious was defined as a clearly constituting subject in this case, since it sustained symptoms in their meaning before it was revealed. And we experienced the unconscious directly, recognizing it in the ruse of disturbances in which the repressed compromises with the censorship. So this would be the censorship of the superego, which you can look up, combined with that of the ego to some extent, and the unconscious coming up with compromises that would allow for certain expressions to pop up at certain times, like the weird stuff that happens in your dream, but not so weird that it would cause you to wake up from the dream, resulting in what we call a nightmare. Now we're getting close to this wrong turn that Lacan says current analytic technique has taken. Notice, if then the analyst gave the subject the solution to his symptom, but the symptom persisted, it was because the subject resisted recognizing its meaning. Analysts thus concluded that it was this resistance that must above all be analyzed. Now this is crucial here. So somebody shows up, and every time they start to talk about their mom, they stammer, mom, something like this. Okay, this is clearly a slip of some kind, a stammer, a hesitation, where there's some issue there. And through analysis, through careful listening to oneself and having the help and guidance of an analyst, you might come to terms with some previous issues you have with your mom, which make it difficult for you to talk about her. That's what the stammer tells the analyst, is that this is somebody who is struggling to talk about someone in their life. A slight hesitation, a correction, a stammer, usually is a red flag that says, oh, there's some conflict, some past issue there that needs to be addressed. Now, if the analyst were to show up and say, hey, I notice every time you say mother, you stammer. You use other M words, but you don't stutter on those. You stutter on mother. I would guess there's something there. Now, if somebody were to say that to you, you would resist it. You might say, are you tripping? No, there's nothing wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with my past. My mother doesn't have anything to do with this. How dare you, sir? You see what I'm saying? That is resistance. And the way that happens is you are here resisting the meaning of the symptom that the analyst would present to you. And so then the question becomes, where's this resistance coming from? Why are you resisting this so intensely? And what happens at this moment, Lacan says, is that analytic technique is tempted to now focus on the resistance, less on the symptoms, less on the unconscious that is constituting the subject at the level of their symptoms, and more on the resistance to cure that we see. What is up with this resistance? Analysts thus conclude that resistance must above all be analyzed. The focus now shifts to resistance, but notice how this turn unfolds. 277, getting closer to the bottom. Note that this conclusion still puts its faith in interpretation, that great, important production of truth that occurs through listening interpretation. But it was the particular aspect of the subject in which people sought this resistance that led to the approaching deviation. Here we're talking about this wrong turn. So here it is. The particular aspect of the subject that people sought when they were looking at resistance. People looked for resistance in a certain part of the subject, and that part Lacan's going to identify as the ego. The target here being ego psychology, which you can also look up. It was the particular aspect of the subject known as the ego, not the unconscious, but the ego. Not the part of you that is unconscious, but the part of you that is acutely aware, fancies itself aware. The part of you that you usually assign with the term me. The ego here, your sense of self. This particular aspect of the subject is where people started to look for resistance. And this led to the wrong turn that Lacan is talking about here. For it is clear that this notion tends to take the subject to be constituted in his discourse. Here, the discourse of the ego. Notice the emphasis on the ed here, the constituted subject, versus above we have the constituting subject that is the unconscious. This is going to become important. It's a subtle move, but very significant here. Should the deviation go on to seek his resistance outside of this discourse, it will be irremediable. No one will come back to the question of the constituting function of interpretation regarding its failure. So Lacan is trying to separate these two notions of something that is constituted in a discourse, by a discourse, and something that is the constitutive agent, the constituting subject of that discourse. There's the person who's speaking, and there is what is spoken. And he's trying to separate these two and suggest that there's been some kind of weird confusion in current analytic technique, where the constitutive or constituting agent, the unconscious, has been mistaken as the constituted effect of the ego's speech. And the ego has been mistaken as the constituting agent of the patient's speech, here at the level of resistance, when in fact what we know, according to Lacan, is that the ego is, on the contrary, the effect, a constituted element that follows out of and flows from the subject's speech. The ego is an effect structure, not the origin, not the agential force behind an utterance. The unconscious is the agential force behind the utterance. And the ego is something that is effected. It's an effect, a reaction to, you might even say, what comes out. So this is going to be important as we go through here. Again, at the end of 277, Lacan really summarizes what he's talking about here. We're looking at the verbalization of chains of speech in which the subject constitutes his history. There's that word, constitutes again. The next turn here is to this ego that is presumed to be the resistor. And that's where we're going to go on page 278. Here we find ourselves on page 278, Variations on the Standard Treatment. Who is resisting? Lacan begins here in the second full paragraph. Who is resisting? The ego, answered the first doctrine, including therein the personal subject, no doubt, but solely from the undiscriminating angle of its dynamics. It is here that the new orientation and technique runs headlong at a lure. A lure here would be like a false bit of food, a false opportunity. And this is, Lacan thinks, the major trip, where the turn towards resistance provokes a mistaken identity as to the source and most important aspect of the subject involved in this resistance, namely the ego. Lacan just doesn't buy it. And he suggests that it's a lure. The ego is a lure, a red herring, if you will. It answers the question in the same way, neglecting the fact that it puts the blame on an ego whose meaning, Freud, its oracle, has just changed. So even Freud, the so-called origin of ego-resistant theory, Lacan's pointing out he doesn't even buy the ego as this solid agential force. No, resistance is not the privilege of the ego alone, Lacan continues, building on Freud, but also of the id and the superego. So to even purport that you could isolate an ego as the source of resistance, Lacan says, is contrary to where you claim you're reading that in Freud. Because according to Freud, resistance is something that the id, superego, and ego participate in. So he's saying even at the level of Freud, this association with the ego, your sense of self, your conscious sense of who you are, your me self, doesn't line up. Now, we're moving on here. We're coming back to this issue of who, if not the ego, should we focus on? Nothing else in his last conceptualization, here he's talking about Freud still, will henceforth be truly understood, as can be seen in the fact that the authors of this, quote, turning point wave are still at the stage of examining the death instinct from every angle and even getting bogged down regarding what the subject must properly identify with, the analyst's ego or his superego, without making a single worthwhile step forward, multiplying ever more instead an irresistible misconception. So here he's just really wanting to flag that this is an error. This is a mistake. This turn towards the ego and the ego alone around the issue of resistance is an error, a misstep. Now Lacan wants to try and introduce the corrective, a corrective we were just talking about. But now here on 278, toward the bottom of the page, we see a paragraph by reversing. This is where he's going to try and spell it out. By reversing the correct choice that determines which subject is welcomed in speech, the symptoms constituting subject, namely the unconscious, is treated as if he were constituted, like material, as they say. In other words, the unconscious is mistaken as something that is produced at the level of the symptom, produced by the symptom, when in fact it is the constituting agent of the symptom. While the ego, as constituted as it may be in resistance, notice ego here as constituted, not constituting, becomes the subject upon whom the analyst henceforth calls the constituting agency. So this Lacan is saying is this reversal. There's been a confusion here, a misrecognition. And it basically works like this. The ego is oftentimes mistaken as the agent of one's symptomatic speech, the speaker, if you will, when it's actually the effect of that speech. It's a formation that emerges as a reaction to, and at best a response to, those utterances. And the unconscious is oftentimes mistaken as the effect or the constituted element here, when in fact it's actually the agent. So the unconscious, the parts of us of which we are unaware, conflicts with our parents, conflicts in the past, previous traumas, all those things that we really don't like to think about. All those things that have been repressed that, okay, welcome back. We're talking about this wrong turn known as ego psychology according to Lacan. We were at the bottom of page 278. And there at the bottom, Lacan refers to it as an ideology that is quite simply bankrupt. This privileging of the ego as the object of analytic inquiry over the unconscious. At the top of 279, Lacan wants to attach this ideology to Anna Freud, the ego and its mechanisms of defense. And there on 279, he's going to indict her and her followers as best he can. Again, there toward the middle of the page, a little past the middle, but this semantic use Anna Freud makes of the ego, etc., etc., etc. Notice how he describes this at the end of that paragraph. In the thereafter received deviation, this wrong turn in psychoanalytic theory and technique, the ego is truly the objectified subject whose defense mechanisms constitute resistance. So he's really wanting to hammer on this point that we should not center our interest on the ego and the ego alone as though it were this major agential force, because really it's just a reactive structure. He keeps going along these lines into the 280s, and then on 283 gives us the claim again, echoing what he said on page 278. I'm about 2/3 of the way down the page in the paragraph that says, where is the end of analysis as far as the ego is concerned? Note this. How can we know this if we misrecognize the ego's function in the very action of psychoanalysis? So what he's suggesting here is, not only is the ego not the place to look, but that even when people focus on the ego, they're not even understanding the ego correctly. Around page 285, Lacan starts to offer a corrective, starts to offer a more, well, let's just say Lacanian sense of the ego. If you were to ask him at this point, he'd say, I'm just telling you what Freud said. I'm returning to the meaning of Freud. Note here on 285, about 3/4 of the way down. Here again, we see an indictment of ego psychology. In the early stage of psychoanalysis, the study of the ego never constituted a subject of aversion, as Anna Freud would have it in the above-cited passage. Rather, it is since people came up with the idea of promoting it in analysis that this study truly favors the subversion of psychoanalysis. So here he's raising the stakes. To follow the path of ego psychology, to focus on the ego, not only are you taking the bait, this lure, a lure that you don't understand, but in so doing, you are subverting the entire tradition of psychoanalytic inquiry. Subversion of psychoanalysis. So he's raising the stakes here. And then on page 286, he wants to talk us through what he believes to be the proper understanding of the ego. He starts initially by talking about aggressiveness. There in the second full paragraph on 286. The rending of the subject from himself. A rending whose primordial moment comes when the sight of the other's image, apprehended by him as a unified whole, anticipates his sense that he lacks motor coordination. This image retroactively structuring this lack of motor coordination in images of fragmentation. Okay, there's a lot right here. What Lacan is basically describing here is something called schema L from earlier in his work, and a stage that's very popular among Lacanians called the mirror stage. I've lectured elsewhere on this, so I won't spend too much time focusing on it, but I will walk you through the basic elements that he's talking about here. The first three elements that we want to focus on are the fragmented body, the specular image, and the ego that is produced out of their interaction. And let's talk this through one thing at a time. Lacan says, famously, that you could take a baby and put it in front of a mirror. And oftentimes you have to hold that baby up. You have to prop that baby up. This would be a fourth element, the hand that holds the baby up, the big other that props the baby up, the symbolic order that allows them to have that experience to begin with. This could be the parent in the background. But you put a baby in front of a mirror, and it sees this other baby in the mirror. It does not initially recognize that baby as a reflection of itself. It sees it as an other baby. That's the specular image. The specular image is what the child sees when they look in the mirror. They don't see themselves initially. Initially, what they see is another baby. And it's not just another baby, it's a better baby. Because the child can see the baby's arms, the head, the eyes that work back and forth. This baby has its stuff together. This baby is coordinated. This baby is coherent. This baby is just the opposite of what it feels like to actually be a baby. To be a baby is to feel uncoordinated, discombobulated, lacking in motor skills. You can't sit up on your own, much less be in front of a mirror on your own. You're completely helpless, a discombobulated mess as a baby. But you look in the mirror and you see this other baby that looks to be a coherent image, looks to be a strong baby, and maybe one that's better than you, that could compete better for resources. In other words, this other baby is a threat. So oftentimes you'll see when you put a kid up in front of a mirror that they'll lean forward and put their mouth on the mirror. And the parent in the background will say, "Oh, are you kissing your new friend?" Nah, that's not it at all. The baby is trying to take swipes at this thing, trying to annihilate it, hitting the mirror like this. It's an attack, but it's a very difficult one because every time the baby puts its mouth to the mirror to try and bite and annihilate the other baby reacts perfectly and puts its mouth to the mirror. Every hit at the baby in the mirror produces a defensive hit back, obviously because it's just a reflection of the actual baby. What emerges here is some tension between a fragmented body, a body that is experienced as discombobulated at the level of the infant in front of the mirror, and their perception, imaginary perception, of another baby that's not fragmented, that's at the level of the speculum in the mirror, the specular image. Now, initially, this is an aggressive relationship. That's how this is flowing out of the topic of aggressiveness. As time goes on, though, the child learns to identify with this other baby in a kind of like, if you can't beat them, join them way initially. And then eventually starts having fun in front of the mirror. So as time goes on, the child, the fragmented baby who feels like they don't have anything going, learns to identify, look up to, admire, glom onto, if you will, the specular image. Okay, the third element, the ego, is the product of this identification. The ego is a mashup, if you will, of feelings of inadequacy and fragmentation and discombobulation, and hopes and aspirations, ideals of coherence, of strength, of integrity. So you have this mashup of a fragmented body, which is the baby in front of the mirror, and the specular image, which is this coherent, admirable, ideal image. And those get mashed up and become the ego. The ego is the effect of this mashup between the fragmented body and the image in the mirror. Now, this, Lacan thinks, is crucial to understanding how the ego operates. Because first and foremost, what you see here is the ego is a product of some operation. It is an effect. Reading it one more time. Whose primordial moment comes when the sight of the other's image, apprehended by him as a unified whole. So here is the baby seeing their reflection in the mirror and seeing it as a unified whole baby. When the sight of the other's image, apprehended by him as a unified whole, anticipates his sense that he lacks motor coordination. So the baby sees the image in the mirror and feels bad about themselves. Feels that, oh my gosh, I don't have any of that. I lack motor coordination. I can't do anything, and so forth. This image retroactively structuring his lack of motor coordination in images of fragmentation. So it's almost like the baby didn't realize how fragmented and messed up they were until they saw this other baby in the mirror. And then that other baby retroactively says, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm going to help you understand how you've always been the worst baby, the more fragmented one, the more degenerate one. So things go on, and then at the end of this paragraph, Lacan tries to summarize it a bit. The properly imaginary because it's dealing at the level of images, mirror images. That's how we get this notion of the imaginary. The properly imaginary nature of the ego's function in the subject. The ego is an imaginary construct. And here, the constitution of the ego's ideal Urbild, this is that specular image, that ideal version of the ego. It would be an ideal ego, is how we would talk about it. A specular image, an ideal ego. Not to be confused with an ego ideal, but an ideal ego. This ideal ego, as time goes on, it's not so much your reflection in the mirror anymore. It becomes people you look up to. It's the poster of the athlete that you had hanging on your wall as a kid. It's the celebrity that somebody once told you remind them of. That becomes this ideal Urbild. That becomes your ideal ego. Someone who you think is better than you, has more fun than you, that you might be able to become someday. It's a reproduction of the mirror stage at the level of adult life. Okay, we were just rehearsing the mirror stage and the production of the ego. And we want to get to something core here. It's not just that your sense of self is always split between the part of you that feels like the fragmented baby the discombobulated, in other words, that feels like you're a mess all the time, and the part of you that aspires to be something different, that imagines yourself in a different place, that has a lot of ego, egos that are other alter egos, you might say, that are ideal, that are perfect, better than you, that you might still become. We're always torn between these two things. How we feel, which is usually like a fragmented body, and how we think others are, which is coherent beings. Everybody else always seems to be having more fun than us. So you can think of it along fear of missing out. FOMO is a good example of this. On social media platforms, it's really typical for people to be scrolling through and seeing everybody else having a great time, looking their absolute best, right? Because you're not going to post a picture of you looking terrible on Instagram. You're going to post a picture of you looking your best, eating the best meal, not the slop you had for breakfast, but the fancy dinner that you made that night. Now, when you see that all the time and your whole feed is full of people having their best day, looking their best, wearing their best outfit, having their best meal, it's easy to think, God, man, everybody else is having a great time, living a great life, and here I am eating this slop, looking at Instagram on the toilet, wearing the pajamas I've been sleeping in for the past 6 days. You see what I'm saying? It's easy to live a fragmented, split up life. That's how we are. So the split subjectivity that Lacan is pointing to on 286 is important. His subjectivity will remain split. This is one way that we get the Lacanian notion of the split subject. More complicated is how language participates in and really affects that splitting. Here we're seeing it at the level of the imaginary, at the level of the ego function. More important to this for Lacan right now is that fragmented body part. And he says part of the reason why the baby, as they look in the mirror, feels that they are fragmented and discombobulated is because they are. They truly do lack motor skills. They lack motor coordination, as he says on 286. This is stemming, he says, toward the bottom of the page, from the impotence proper to the prematurity of birth. Now, this is something true about humans. We are all born prematurely, to such an extent that there's this notion of the fourth trimester, which is the first 3 months of infancy after birth. And the reason why it's called the fourth trimester is because this kid really should be still in utero. Our species delivers babies prematurely, largely on account of hip size and head growth. So it behooves the species to have the babies delivered early, because otherwise you'd have a bunch of dead moms. That's effectively what's going on here. It would be dangerous for a child to remain in utero to 12 months. It'd be dangerous for the mother. It's dangerous enough for the mother to have a baby born at 9 months. So the species has evolved in a way that has the babies come out earlier while they're still small enough to squeeze through the birth canal. Now, what that means, though, is that the newborn infant requires an intense amount of care because it's effectively born prematurely before it would really be able. And even after that, it takes years to get a kid to where they're not almost completely dependent on the parent. Lacan thinks this is something very important, this prematurity of birth. And what he wants to say about this is a very interesting move. You don't see him make this move very often, but he connects it to death. Not life, but death. Because the type of immobility, the type of discombobulation, the lack of motor coordination, what we see in early infants, are not exactly, from Lacan's point of view, bodies on the verge of life, but bodies that are always on the verge of death. Because if you have an infant and you put it in the corner and you walk away, you can be gone for a minute, 10 minutes, an hour, a week, a year. That baby is still going to be there. It can't go anywhere. It lacks complete motor coordination, which is what we know about the human form. In order to be human, you have to be embodied, And that body, when it first emerges, requires intense amounts of care from others. Care is the second crucial element that results in a human being. The third element is death. The body you were born into that received copious amounts of care must also perish. All three of these elements have to be in place to be human. What Lacan wants to say is that early stage of infancy, this prematurity at birth, is a kind of dying, which is a weird thing to say, because you say, oh, this is a child at the beginning of their life. Lacan is saying, yeah, but the beginning of their life is tinged with death. They're always on the verge of dying because they require such amounts of care. Notice how he puts this. Bottom of 286, top of 287. There is, in effect, no other reality behind the new prestige the imaginary function takes on in man than this touch of death, whose mark he receives at birth. A touch of death received at birth and experienced at the level of fragmentation. What Lacan refers to, going down on 287, toward the end of that paragraph, as a mortal signification. This is going to be important. It's going to be something that is important for the analyst as this essay unfolds. So there's something in here about death, and that's where Lacan wants to turn next. With this mortal reality, he refers to it at the bottom of page 288. And now he's going to connect it to the death instinct, which conditions the illusions of narcissism, as I showed earlier, whose effects can be found anew in a brilliant form in the results considered by Balint to be those of an analysis carried to its full term in an ego-to-ego relationship. Now, we don't need to focus too much on that other stuff, but we do need to focus on this mortal reality. And this shift Lacan is making from the fragmented body that we all experience when we're initially born, and how that body is tinged with death, or as he puts it again on page 287, touched with death, with a mortal signification, the mortal reality, the reality of mortality, you might say, which is that it will eventually come to an end. So at the beginning of life, human life, there is always the touch of death. Why? Because we know that is where life ends, where it tends. Embodiment, care from others, but no matter how good the care you receive from others is, death still follows. Now, what is the state of death that Lacan is referring to? Well, what is it to be dead? It is to be immobile. You would lack all motor coordination were you dead. It is a state of ultimate repose, passivity, calm. It is almost like a pre-life state. Here, though, we're talking about the post-life experience when you don't just lack a lot of motor coordination as the baby does. Death is like the perfection of the baby. You lack all motor coordination because you're dead. In fact, rigor mortis is what we're talking about here. Even were somebody to animate you and try and move your body would become stiff. That's partly why we call a dead body a stiff, or somebody who is like really dull, a stiff. Stiff because they lack all motor coordination. This is the ultimate fragmented body. But noticeably, it's one that is not angsty about it. It is a body also at peace, at rest, which is why we say RIP, rest in peace. The type of rest that we're talking about here is one where all motor coordination has passed, which is also suggested at the level of the child's impotence, their lack of power when they are born. Also noted on page 187, the experiences of impotence that have led to the formation of the ego. That's crucial. At the foundation of the ego's forming, there's not a feeling of power, but weakness, of impotence. In the middle of 287, an imaginary form which bears the seal, here he's talking about the ego, or even superimposed seals of the experiences of impotence by which this form has been shaped in the subject. Not shaping, shaped. The ego is formed out of the experience of impotence. It's a reaction and a defense, maybe even a resistance to the feeling of impotence. What we know, though, is that the ego is a resistance. Its function is to resist feelings of impotence, to compensate for them, usually overcompensate for feelings of impotence. So you can let your imagination go with this, and you can follow all the traces in language for this kind of stuff, even getting up to notions of ego death. The important thing here, though, is that the impotence that the ego guards against is always already on our horizon in the form of death. Because the mortal reality of complete lack of motor skill can't be ignored. And yet that's exactly what the ego tries to do. We can talk a lot more about this, but one of the ways that you can see this developing is, let's say, around plastic surgery. Someone's body starts to age. Now, an aging body is a body that's moving closer to death. Things that used to work, like your knees, your back, whatever, suddenly stop working that well. They don't work as well as they used to. You get injured and it takes longer to heal. Ask your parents about this stuff. They'll tell you all about this stuff. Ask any senior citizen and they'll tell you about what their latest ailment is. This absolutely is a real phenomenon. Every time the body breaks down a little bit, gets worn out, it becomes closer to death. And we know that. So the ego oftentimes, thankfully not all the time in everybody, but some people try and resist this. Now, what are some ways that an ego might resist the breakdown of the body and thus the trend towards death that is just natural to humans? Well, plastic surgery. Your face starts to sag, it gets a little wrinkly, Botox. Your butt starts to sag, gets a little wrinkly, implants. There are all these ways through cosmetics, through plastic surgery, that the ego clings to previous versions of ourselves. This is also somebody, let's say, on their dating profile. And you go to their page, you're checking them out, thinking about, oh, I like this person, they look cute, whatever. And then you go to meet them and you're like, oh my gosh, when were those pictures taken? Because the person I'm seeing now in front of me looks about 5 or 6 years older than the person that you're showing me online. This is classic ego stuff. Now notice, the image of you looking great that you post on your dating profile, that is your ideal ego. That's the version of you that you think is great. And it is a compensation that the ego maintains for the parts of you that you don't think are great, the parts of you that currently look different because you are many years older than when those pictures were taken. So you can see the splitting of the self that Lacan is talking about here. And the ego's job in compensating for feelings of inferiority, of impotence, of inadequacy, of discombobulation, all these feelings of fragmentation at the level of one's body. These are great examples of this kind of stuff happening, but it all amounts to this. It is a resistance to death, a resistance to and an attempt to veer off the path of mortality on which we all walk. Embodiment, care from others, and no matter how hard you resist, death follows. So as you're walking around, look for people and the things that they are doing to pretend like they're not aging. And remember that those are always efforts to stave off death. Whether it's the plastic surgery, or the dyed hair, or the incredible cosmetics, or the new car, the new house, the new ex, all of these things that people get wrapped up in, that their egos get wrapped up in. Remember this: they are defenses against the only thing that necessarily happens in human life, which is that it passes into death. That's where we're going to turn next in this very important move that Lacan makes with the role of the angel. Okay, we were just talking about death, the biological death, the idea that the human body perishes and passes into the earth, this mortal reality known as death. Notice what Lacan does with this theme at the top of page 289. In order for the transference relationship to escape these effects, the analyst would have to strip the narcissistic image of his own ego from all the forms of desire by which that image has been constituted, reducing it to the only face that sustains it behind their masks, the face of the absolute master, death. The absolute master of mortal reality is death, because it's the one thing that we all do. We can't escape it. And the analyst has a role to play in this. Now let's see. The dots we have going so far are fragmented body, that the baby feels in themselves as they look at an image in the mirror. And Lacan says the fragmented body is touched with death, tinged with death. It has a mortal reality to it because it is so extremely fragile, but also because we know that the end of the line for embodiment is death. And now he's going to say the analyst has a job to do on this theme and should effectively play dead. So what type of a listener are we talking about here? Listening is not a passive act, as we often think of it. But what would it mean to listen as though dead? To live as though dead, even more further than that. Let's see how far Lacan wants to go with this on 289. It is thus clearly here that the analysis of the ego finds its ideal terminus, end, that in which the subject, having refound the origins of his ego in an imaginary regression, comes by the progression of remembering to its end in analysis, namely the subjectification of his death. Lacan is here suggesting that the analyst, in playing dead, can help the patient or the analysand subjectify or come to terms with their own mortality. That's what he means when he says subjectification of his death. He's talking about the patient coming to terms with the fact that their life will eventually end. There's a very real sense in which psychoanalysis is about learning how to die. Because once you learn how to die and can imagine that ultimate horizon, you now know how to live more fully. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean this. If you imagine yourself on your deathbed, imagine yourself 60 years from now, 40 years from now, 100 years from now, whatever the heck it is. You're at the end of your life, and you're looking back on your life, reflecting on all the things that you've done. What up to this point in your life will you remember? Well, you'll probably remember interactions with your parents, positive or negative. You'll probably remember first loves, traveling, trips you've taken. Are you going to remember this lecture? Maybe. Probably not, though. You're probably not going to remember today. Today in particular is probably not going to be one of those days that you carry with you until your deathbed. You're not going to look back and think about today. Now, that doesn't mean today doesn't have issues. You might be concerned right now. As I record this lecture, it's February 22nd, 2022. That means we're just about at the end of the month, which means rent is due. You might be sweating your rent payment right now. Now, you know you're going to get it done, but it's going to be tight. And you're stressing about it. And you were up late last night. You lost sleep over this. In 60 years, when you're on your deathbed, are you going to look back and remember the end of February and that rent payment that you almost didn't make? Probably not. So what's the answer? The answer is, if on your deathbed you're not going to be tripping about rent that you almost didn't make in February 2022, don't trip about rent on February 22nd. It'll be fine. This is how it works. Once you have a being towards death, once you imagine yourself on your deathbed, you can look back and determine what's of value and what's not. People on their deathbed, they usually don't look back and wish they had spent more time at the office, doing more work. They wish they had spent more time traveling, being with family, taking time to do things that you might now find kind of annoying, like a family trip, like going to visit your relatives and the like. That's the kind of stuff people look back on and value. See, it's tough. The present is always blind to what the future will value, as one of my friends often says. That's an important thing to note. You don't know right now what in 60 years is going to prove to have been, what will have been, the most important parts of your life. So this imaginative exercise where you imagine yourself on your deathbed looking back, it helps you figure out how to live a good life today. And that's what's at stake here. By learning how to die, by coming to terms with the ultimate, absolute master that is death. It doesn't mean you live a pointless, morbid life. On the contrary, just the opposite. It's from the vantage point of death that you can truly understand how to live. Because now your priorities are clear. On your deathbed, the rent payment that you know you're going to make, even though it's going to be stressful here in a few days, you're not going to be tripping about that. So don't trip about it now. Focus your energy elsewhere. That is how you live a good life. And this is ultimately what it means to live as though dead. When Zeno went to the oracle and asked, and the oracle said, "Live as though dead," Zeno thought, that must mean that I should read all the old books. Read books by dead people. Not so. To live as though dead is to live an extremely full life. This is what it means to live one's best life, is to live it as though dead. As if on your deathbed looking back, you would make some decisions. You see, when you get old, you're not going to be able to climb mountains anymore. Your body just won't do it. Now, if that's the kind of thing that you think you might regret and wish you had done later in life, you better damn well start climbing mountains now, while you still have the ability to do it. This is the type of life that is worth living according to Lacan. This is the payoff of all of this work with death. The subjectification of your death that Lacan talks about on 289 is going to culminate in a richer life in the meantime. The meantime between psychoanalysis, when you came to terms with your death, and the fact of you dying somewhere down the road. The goal here is to live a richer, better, more enjoyment-driven life. And the best way to do that is to come to terms with death. And the best way to come to terms with death, Lacan is here suggesting, is for the analyst to play a very specific part for you. To play dead. Now we're going to see how this unfolds as we read on. We're on page 289, and this is supposed, the paragraph begins, to be the end required of the analyst's ego, but about whom we can say that he must acknowledge the prestige of but one master, death, in order for life, which he must guide through its so many vicissitudes, to be his friend. In order for life to be your friend, you must acknowledge the prestige of death. You must come to terms with death as your absolute master in order to make life your friend, in order to live an amicable, happy life. This goal does not seem beyond human grasp. For it does not imply that for him or for others, death is anything more than an illusion. Notice the word here, prestige, interesting. And it merely satisfies the requirements of his task, like someone like Ferenczi has defined earlier. This imaginary condition can only be brought about nevertheless through an ascesis, that's like intense self-discipline, that is affirmed in a being by following a path along which all objective knowledge is progressively suspended. That's interesting. Objective knowledge is suspended in death and at the level of death because nobody knows what that's like. Nobody's lived to tell us what it's like to be dead. This is true because for the subject, the reality of his own death is in no wise an object that can be imagined. You can imagine yourself on your deathbed, but being dead, man, who knows what that's like? And the analyst can know nothing about it, no more than anyone else, except that he is a being destined to die. The analyst and the analysand are both beings that are destined to die. The analyst is someone who has come to terms with this and can play a certain part to help you come to terms with it. Thus, assuming he has eliminated all the illusions, prestiges, of his ego in order to accede to being toward death, no other knowledge, whether immediate or constructed, can be preferred by him to be made a power of, assuming it is not simply abolished thereby. So we're talking about something that is beyond knowledge. And whenever you hear Lacan talking about something other than knowledge, note that he's probably talking about truth. We've been through this. The ego is fascinated by knowledge, especially knowledge of itself. The ego is someone who's always trying to know themselves. That is their highest priority. Knowledge is the priority of the ego. Truth is the priority of the unconscious. The goal is not to be aware of oneself, even though that's very important. The goal is to be aware of all the ways in which you will always be unaware of certain parts of yourself. In other words, to realize that the task of knowing thyself will always remain complete, that knowledge is always buffered by an ignorance that can't be addressed. And this ignorance, hold on, because Lacan's going to define it in a very interesting way. We're still on page 289, talking about this analyst who has to play a certain part in relation to death. Thus, he can now respond to the subject from the place he wants to respond from, but he no longer wants anything that determines this place. The place from which the analyst responds is not unlike the place in which the baby found themselves, feeling fragmented, tinged with death, on the verge of death all the time because life was so fragile when you lack all those motor skills. This is the impotence, the prematurity at birth, and the lack of motor coordination that we heard about on pages 286 and 287. This is the place from which the analyst listens and responds to the patient or the analysand's discourse. Scrolling down a little bit on 289, the analyst's approach cannot be left to the indeterminacy of a freedom of indifference, nevertheless. But the usual watchword of benevolent neutrality does not provide sufficient indication here. Lacan is here trying to define a position occupied by the analyst that plays dead, that plays dumb, because in being dead is occupying a space beyond knowledge, a space of ignorance, a space that is especially ignorant relative to the analysand, who can't bear to remember all the ways in which they are fragmented, incoherent, dependent, and the like. The ego really can't stand that about itself, about the body to which it's attached, that it is mortal. And so it's the job of the analyst to help the ego encounter that. We're reading forward, eyeing the end of this essay, which is going to end exactly where it began, on the topic of speech. Okay, returning to the topic of speech, with which this essay, Variations on the Standard Treatment, begins. It also ends there, starting around page 291. At the top there you see Lacan ask, what is speech? Well, one thing we know about speech, and this is going to be a key theme in what he's developing here, is that it is intersubjective. As we said at the start of this, and as Lacan suggests as well, that speech is addressed, and addressed to an other. And the question then becomes, what is the relationship that speech establishes with this other? And the other, in listening, is communicating at the same time. If you're talking to somebody and they're listening, they are inevitably doing things that are communicating to you that they are listening. Maybe they're nodding. Maybe they're focused on you with their eyes. These are all ways that speech or symbolic action is moving in a two-way street. Just because you're the one talking doesn't mean that it's a one-way street. Listening is a very active enterprise. There are ways to tell people that you're not listening to them, like breaking eye contact with them, like fidgeting, like checking your watch, checking your phone, whatever the case may be. These are all ways that you communicate to them that you're not listening, just as there are ways that you can communicate to them that you are. So speech is going to be an intersubjective thing. Now let's hear what Lacan means by this. On 291, third full paragraph, it is thus an act, and as such, it presupposes a subject. But it is not enough to say that in this act the subject presupposes another subject, for it is rather that he establishes himself here by being the other, but in a paradoxical unity of the one and the other, by means of which, as I showed earlier, the one defers to the other in order to become identical to himself. Pretty wordy, pretty wonky, but it's the first approach at intersubjectivity. Lacan's now going to develop this. We can thus say that speech, continues on page 291, manifests itself as a communication in which the subject, expecting the other to render his message true, proffers his message in an inverted form, and in which this message transforms him by announcing that he is the same. Let's bear with this. As is seen in any promise made, in which the declarations, "You are my wife," and "You are my master," signify, "I am your husband," and "I am your disciple." So if you tell someone that you are their wife, there's a reciprocal utterance, an inverted form in which the truth of that utterance presupposes that they also have a certain relationship to you. If it's a heteronormative scene, it would also presume the response, "And I am your husband." That's what he's getting at here. The same with "You are my master, I am your disciple." If someone says, "You are my teacher," the inverted expression that I don't need to say is, "And you are my student." It's implied. A reciprocal relationship between the two people is implied in a statement like that. This is what Lacan elsewhere is going to define as full speech. In part, there are other ways that he defines full speech differently that we're going to get to now. Speech thus seems to be an all the more true instance of speech. True speech, the less its truth is based on what is known as its correspondence to the thing. So here we're not looking at an understanding of speech that is dealing with references in the world, in reality. We're looking at speech, the test of which is not its correspondence to stuff in the world, but its truthfulness relative to the speaker and the person addressed. True speech is thus paradoxically opposed to true discourse, their truth being distinguished by the fact that true speech constitutes the recognition by the subjects of their beings insofar as they are invested in them. So true speech has to do with the intersubjective relationships between people that are constituted and maintained and revised through speech, while true discourse is constituted by knowledge of reality, insofar as the subject targets reality and objects. So true speech has to do with intersubjectivity, and true knowledge has to do with the objective world, the world as it's thrown out there, objecere, thrown out into the environment. It has to do with stuff. But each of the truths distinguished here is altered when it crosses the path of the other truth. So true speech has to do with a recognition of your relationship to others. And true discourse has to do with the knowledge of reality. That's the distinction that he's drawing here. Move down a little bit more to the paragraph that begins but. But true speech, questioning true discourse as to what it signifies, will find that one signification always refers to another signification in true discourse, no thing being able to be shown other than by a sign, and will thus make true discourse seem to be doomed to error. So true discourse presumes that a signifier can have a referent in the world. I say cat, and you can point to that thing and be like, oh, there it is over there, the furry thing. But Lacan here is pointing out to the way that signifiers point not to stuff, but to other signifiers. The way we've discussed, when you look up cat in the dictionary, you see furry, four-legged, other words pop up in the dictionary definition. And you have to understand the meaning of those words, which in turn have words attached to them, in order to understand the meaning of cat. So you have this web of signifiers that Lacan thinks is more important than the, quote, web of reference that true discourse would try and put forward. And that's why he says that it would prove that true discourse is doomed to error, because in the end, signifiers don't point to stuff, they point to other signifiers, because they operate in a field known as language. And language is a differential system, where in order to understand one element, you have to understand another element, which in turn requires you to understand another element and another element and another element. Again, a good example of this is a dictionary. So Lacan wants to kind of demote true discourse and elevate, especially for these purposes, which is a very technical document about how to do analysis, true speech. Well, let's see how he does this here. How in navigating between the which one will you err on the side of this interaccusation of speech, could the intermediate discourse, that in which the subject, in his design to get himself recognized, there's true speech, addresses speech to the other while taking into account what he knows of his being as given, there's true discourse. So this intermediate discourse that Lacan is putting forth here, I wouldn't focus too much on it, but it's this combination of true speech and true discourse. True speech because it's about recognition of oneself addressed to another and working that out, and then also about knowledge of themselves. Welcome back. We're here wrapping up variations on the standard treatment. On page 293, we were just talking about true speech and how it is grounded in another. This other in question is the analyst. Lacan is here working it toward the top of 293 with the paragraph. It is to the extent that the analyst manages to silence the intermediate discourse in himself in order to open himself up to the chain of true speech, that he can interpolate his revelatory interpretation. So part of the task of analysis is to silence the intermediate discourse in oneself in order to be open to the patient or the analysand's true speech. That is not easy, but it does connect with the earlier theme we discussed of playing dead, playing dumb, and embracing the performance of ignorance. Whether you feel it or not, playing dumb and dead is important because that silencing of oneself as a knowledge-seeking ego is important somehow for allowing the truth of the analysand's speech to be revealed. Let's see how this unfolds. Moving forward from 293, the next important passage along these lines pops up on 297. We're about 4 pages from the end of this essay. Indeed, the analyst cannot follow this path unless he recognizes in his own knowledge, the symptom of his own ignorance. So here at the top, in this paragraph that begins, indeed, we're talking about recognizing in one's knowledge, symptoms of one's own ignorance. The analyst has to do this kind of work. This is part of what it would mean to become a psychoanalyst. in the properly analytic sense that the symptom is the return of the repressed in a compromise formation, and that repression here as elsewhere constitutes the censorship of truth. So again, what we're getting at here is truth. And part of what needs to happen is to recognize in one's field of knowledge symptoms of one's own ignorance. In the field of knowledge, we recognize its limits, the limits of our own knowledge, symptoms of our own ignorance, even in the midst of knowing, conscious, waking, thoroughly intentful discourse. Now, this could be regular ego-driven speech, empty speech, Lacan sometimes calls it, that suddenly would be shot through with a stutter or a stammer or a Freudian slip of some kind. That might be a symptom of some part of you as a speaker of which you are ignorant. An unconscious agent just spoke through your discourse and caused your speech to stammer. That would be an example of this. That would be the truth finding expression through the censorship of a highly eloquent, artfully wrought, carefully overdetermined ego, trying to control and remain consistent. All the things that in psychoanalysis, the analyst asks the patient or the analysand to ignore. Don't try and be coherent. Just say whatever comes to mind. And don't stop talking. Just keep going. The analyst has a role to play in this. Finding in their own knowledge the symptom of their own ignorance. Going down a little bit more in 297. Lacan, at the end of this paragraph that begins people, talks about every training analysis. This is when you're training to become a psychoanalyst, is obliged to analyze the reasons why the candidate chose the career of an analyst. So part of what you would have to acknowledge to become a psychoanalyst is you'd have to get at the question of why. What is it about you that wanted to become an analyst? Why were you so compelled by this? The positive fruit of the revelation of ignorance is non-knowledge, which is not a negation of knowledge, but rather its most elaborate form. This is key. Ignorance is not the negation of knowledge. It is, on the contrary, knowledge's most elaborate form. Now, it's tempting here to connect ignorance to the unconscious, because there are things of which you are unaware. You don't remember all the details of that traumatic event that happened to you 20 years ago. But there's a part of you that does remember it, and that part of you is the unconscious. Now, just because your ego doesn't want to think about that and resists all attempts by the unconscious to speak the truth of that horrible event, it doesn't mean it's not there. You are ignorant of it as an ego. As an ego, you are ignorant of that experience. But that doesn't mean that it is a negation of knowledge. It's not the opposite of knowledge, that ignorance. In fact, it's its most elaborate form. The field of ignorance, the field of which you are unaware, is the most elaborate form of knowledge out there. Now that's kind of interesting. That's a weird way to put this. The candidate's training cannot be completed without some action on the part of the master or masters who train him in this non-knowledge. One must be trained in the field of non-knowledge, which is ignorance. Trained in the field of ignorance. Expertise, acute awareness of how ignorance operates. Think about all the implications of this statement. The stake here, again, Lacan reminds us in the middle of page 298, is in accordance with the laws of speech. It is in the analyst as another subject, as other, that the subject finds his own identity. So the goal here, again, is for the analyst to play a certain part in order to help the patient or the analysand find their own identity. And this is a very communicative experience. The experience of analysis is a communicative experience. Communication coming from the word meaning to share, not to unite, not union. It's the munus in communication, meaning to share something with another person, this intersubjective field, something between. Inter means between. Subjectivity is something that we share with others. It's always between us and others that we reside. On 299, last few paragraphs of this essay, Lacan really wants to drive home this point about non-knowledge. The paragraph begins, "The fact is that psychoanalysis, since it progresses essentially in non-knowledge, is tied to," and then he goes through and lists all the other fields that would be extremely important for understanding psychoanalysis. And yet at the same time, look at this. The non-knowledge in question would derive and deal with mathematics, linguistic research, history, symbolology, game theory, set theory, which is a big one for Lacan. All of these other fields of knowledge, complex fields of knowledge, all culminate in the final words of this essay. Learned ignorance. The pathway of a learned ignorance. Or you might refer to this as a learned ignorance. You have learned how to be ignorant. And again, the notion of ignorance here is not the negation of knowledge, but a very elaborate form of non-knowledge. Non-knowledge is the origin and birthplace of truth. Knowledge is not the same as truth. Knowledge, again, has to do with the ego, with consciousness, with intent. Non-knowledge has to do with the unconscious, with truth. Not intent, but effect instead. Ignorance is not non-knowledge in the sense of a negation of knowledge, but rather non-knowledge as knowledge's and ignorance's most elaborate form. Remember that passage on 297. The positive fruit of the revelation of ignorance is non-knowledge, which is not a negation of knowledge, but rather its most elaborate form. To be learned in the field of non-knowledge. Final question for this essay is right at the center of it. What is the ultimate absolute field of non-knowledge? The field of human experience where the human experience itself comes to an end, where knowledge can pass no further, where egos, weak, strong, and otherwise all pass. It's death. The field of non-knowledge, ignorance's most elaborate form, knowledge's most elaborate form, is the field of death. And so part of what this learned ignorance yields at the level of analytic experience, again, is an analyst who knows how to play dead, which is to say they're good at performing beyond the field of knowledge. And in doing so, pointing the analysand towards a field of truth that carries them not only to the end of their life, but also points right back to the beginning, to that feeling of impotence, that touch of death that Lacan referred to as the fragmented body. This is part of what's at stake here. And as you blast forward into Lacan's work and you get into Seminar 17 and the 4 discourses of psychoanalysis, you can see in the discourse of the analyst, in the bottom left-hand quadrant, S2, which is a kind of knowledge, but it occupies a field of ignorance. The truth of the analyst's position is that their knowledge has been shoved into or gleaned from the field of non-knowledge, of ignorance. This is partly how we can read the discourse of the analyst. Another more simple way is to just say they hide their knowledge by playing dumb, by playing dead. And this is the opportunity structure in which the empty speech of a patient or an analysand can take on full proportions, in which an empty speech can become true. And the truth here, again, has nothing to do with the external world. It has to do with the subject's relationship to themselves. True, full speech in Lacanian psychoanalysis is speech in which the subject re-subjectivizes their past, transforming their past into their history by owning it, by coming to terms with all the things that have happened to them, even and especially the worst things, and recognizing that had those things not occurred, they wouldn't be the person they are today. And they own that past. They have a stake in it. They understand their role in the co-maintenance of that past. That past is as intersubjective as the present in which they transform it into their history. These are some of the big themes that are coming out of Lacan's work in the 1950s. And this essay, Variations on the Standard Treatment, is a great place to start tracing them further. Okay, welcome back. We have a short little essay here called On a Purpose. And honestly, there's not much new that's happening in this essay that we haven't already discussed in Variations on the Standard Treatment. In fact, the next couple of essays in Écrits seem to me very much not derived, but secondary to Variations on the Standard Treatment. There are, however, some good opportunities for us to reinforce key points about Lacanian psychoanalysis in this essay, On a Purpose. So it's a little one. It begins on page 303 of the English translation. And I think the big moments come on page 305, toward the top. Freud's discovery shows the structural reason why the literality of any given text, whether proposed as sacred or profane, increases in importance the more it involves a genuine confrontation with truth. So the stake here would ostensibly be this notion of the truth. But read the next paragraph with me. That structural reason is found precisely in what the truth that it bears, that of the unconscious, owes to the letter of language, that is, to what I call the signifier. So whatever Lacan is here doing with the notion of truth, he's connecting it to language and the unconscious, and then specifying that there's some link there at the level of the signifier, which we should talk about more. Reading on. While this incidentally accounts for Freud's quality as a writer, it is above all decisive in interesting psychoanalysts as much as possible in language and in what language determines in the subject. Okay, so we've got this familiar cluster of terms. Truth, the unconscious, language, the signifier, and now the subject. I think for us, we should start with this last bit. What language determines in the subject? So we can start with some basic understandings of what it means to be a little baby growing up. So when a baby experiences discomfort, they cry out. They don't have words. They can't tell you that they're hungry or they're cold. In fact, they might not even be able to isolate those feelings. And in fact, they just cry when they're uncomfortable. It's up to the primary caregiver or whoever takes care of that baby. And all babies have to be cared for. That's one of the things about being human. We're not like horses that a few weeks after birth can be running around doing all kinds of stuff. We are more like worms. And without care from others for extended periods of time, we would die. So whomever it is that cares for us shows up when we cry. And they now have an opportunity to interpret our cry. What does it mean? If they interpret it as hunger, the primary caregiver returns with food. If the baby is already fed and doesn't want food, the primary caregiver might shift and say, oh, it must be cold, so it comes back with a blanket. You get the idea. The list can go on and on. The point, though, is that it's up to the grown-up to interpret the meaning of the child's cry. In other words, it's up to the grown-up to apply language and meaning and signification to a pre-linguistic utterance, here at the level of a baby's cry, which is an expression of need. When the parent interprets this cry, they transform it into a demand. And that's what we mean by demand in psychoanalysis. It is need expressed in language. Now, what happens over time is that the parent or primary caregiver starts asking the little child to stop crying and use their words. This is a very important moment developmentally. The child learns that if they're going to have their needs met, they must articulate their needs as demands using the language of their parents, of their family, of their primary kinship relationships, of their neighborhood, of their society. This process is called castration, but a better word for it is just alienation or prohibition. Because no matter what your primary language was, the first one that you learned, the first utterance that you learned in that language, whether it was literally this or not, it functioned as a no, a prohibition of sorts. What the parent or primary caregiver tells the child when they say, okay, time to use your words. I can't understand you when you're crying. Use your words. Tell me what it is you want. I can't help you unless you tell me what happened. This kind of stuff. The effect of this is a prohibitive effect. It prohibits the child from not continuing to live in a state of Edenic bliss, pooping and peeing when they want to and crying and having all their needs met. That's not what is lost. On the contrary, what's lost is any furtherance of life without prohibition. When language is introduced into the child's life, and when the child, by extension, is inducted into language, the field of language use known as the symbolic, what's lost is any ability to continue living as though that didn't happen, as though there were nothing like language out there. One of the origins of psychosis we know, or we suspect from reading Lacan, is a defunct relationship with the symbolic, particularly at the level of this original prohibitive moment. The psychotic disavows the prohibition that language marks in the advent of the subject, in a way that the neurotic doesn't. The neurotic accepts that they must be alienated in a language that was not of their own creation and use it to get their needs met by expressing their needs in words, in other words, as demands. So this is one of the primary effects that language has on the subject, is it forces them to be torn between two worlds. One which is biomaterialistic and anchored in the field of need. This is like hunger, chill, feelings that you have in your embodied state. And then there's this other field of existence, the field of language, which is rather abstract, which is where you exist at the level of the vertical pronoun I, at the level of your name. I feel cold is an expression of need put in this abstract sphere of language. And as a result, we're always divided between these two parts of our identity. We are one part bioanimalistic and driven by need, and one part sociolinguistic and driven by demand. The primary effect of language on the subject, then, is a kind of splitting between embodiment and language. Life as an enunciating subject who feels the urge to speak, and life as a grammatical subject who speaks themselves into language, who exists at the level of the word as well. This is the primary effect that language has on the subject. What language determines in the subject, as we see here on 305, is this subjective splitting. And when I say that language and its first word was no, I mean that it functions as prohibition. And the prohibition here is against living any further without this split, which is why we have so many dreams and fantasies of wholeness and completion, and so many nightmares and horrific images of, instead of completion, being torn apart, being broken apart, having bodies that don't work. This is one of the basic tropes of the dream, is you're trying to get somewhere and you can't. You reach for the cup, but your hand doesn't work. You're going downstairs, but you can't stay on the ground. The nightmares usually referencing a split subjectivity at the level of fragmented bodily images, where you feel completely disjointed, discombobulated, and the like. Much of this experience is too difficult to deal with, and so we repress it. It becomes among the signifiers that inhabit our unconscious. Let's pause there and see where we can go next. Okay, here we are with Introduction to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's Verneinung. Again, I believe this essay is of secondary importance to the essay that precedes it, called Variations on the Standard Treatment, only because it repeats a lot of themes that are being worked out in that earlier essay in Écrits. Nevertheless, there's some new stuff to discuss here, especially around the topic of death, which not coincidentally is at the very end of this essay. So the essay begins with a discussion of resistance, which is very much reminiscent of the critique of ego psychology and Variations on the Standard Treatment, which we've discussed. There's also some throwback here to his Function and Field essay on the role of empty speech as the opening song of Analytic Inquiry. Here on page 310, there's even this reference to empty speech unfolding longitudinally, radially, at the level of a musical score. Really terrific stuff there. Again, though, you can read more about this in the Function and the Field essay, on which we've lectured elsewhere. 311 gets us back on the topic of empty speech, everyday discourse, even a throwback here, I would suggest, to Heidegger's 20s work on Das Man and the different types of everyday talk that the they engages in, from Gerede, which would be like idle talk, to Alltägliche Rede, which means like everyday discourse, which might be a better translation of what's happening here in the middle of 311. And then we get some more references to the ego, and we get some stuff where he's reiterating things that he has said about resistance, namely that the resistance that occurs in analysis would be primarily that of the analyst. We've seen this elsewhere in some of his earliest seminars, again developed more fully there. What I like about this essay, and the most important part to my mind, is on pages 316 and 317, particularly this turn towards death on 316. Now, again, this is a theme that we saw coming up in Variations on the Standard Treatment, but I rather like what he does with it here. So he starts at the top of 316 with a reference to Freud's book, The Psychopathology of Everyday Life. Terrific text, particularly this example where Freud is trying to remember a certain name, but he can't. And the name that he's referring to is connected in his experience to the relationship of man and doctor to death, which Lacan refers to here about 7 lines down from the top. Death as the absolute master, Herr Seigneur. Freud had literally left his partner, and so on and so forth. He goes down here and again is talking about the mastery of death, which is not coincidentally tied to the fresco of the Antichrist at Orvieto that Freud was trying to remember. You can go back and transfer this Signorelli passage into this paragraph of commentary that Lacan's giving and see what he's up to here. The point is that Freud was having trouble remembering this name because it's connected to death, and themes of death are usually targets of repression. Death is something, to put it plainly, that we don't like to think about. And yet it's something that awaits all of us. In fact, it's one of the only things that universally awaits all human beings. Death. But we don't want to talk about it. We don't think about it. Nevertheless, it's the absolute master because there is no escaping it. To be human is to have a body that requires care during the first formative years of its life, hence the importance of psychoanalytic theory and technique, because it's the basic philosophy of care. And all bodies, as we know, no matter how well they're cared for, and all care is imperfect, die. They perish. Here that theme is foregrounded. We're on page 316. We get to this notion of being toward death, which we've discussed in earlier lectures. This is a Heideggerian phenomenon, which suggests that you can imagine yourself on your deathbed, looking back on your life. And with this imaginative exercise, the tone of which is the future anterior, when my life will have been, you can make up your mind about how to act today. What kind of life is worth living from the vantage point of you on your deathbed? Because again, when you're on your deathbed, looking back on today, it won't be whether or not you went to work or whether or not you took the day off. If you took the day off, it'll be what you did with that day. Did you do something great? Did you do something fabulous, something memorable, something that in old life you would regret having missed an opportunity to do, so on and so forth. These are the reflections that this future anterior imaginative exercise of imagining yourself on your deathbed can allow you to undertake. It's learning to live as though dead is about learning how to live your best life here and now in the present. So Lacan cues this up toward the bottom of 316, and then he brings this very interesting theme. Hence, death, the paragraph begins, brings the question of what negates discourse. Now, maybe what he means there is that when you die, you stop talking. But he wants to add something else. But also, death brings the question whether or not it is death that introduces negation into discourse. What is the relationship between negation, discourse, and death? For the negativity of discourse, insofar as it brings into being that which is not, refers us to the question of what non-being, which manifests itself in the symbolic order, owes to the reality of death. Here are some things to bear in mind as you read this paragraph. When a child is born, the infant has what Lacan refers to as a fragmented body. Their experience of self, lacking all motor skills, is discombobulated, fragmented, disjointed, a mess. Babies feel like they are a mess. That fragmented body is a feeling we have towards ourselves that we carry forward all the time, and usually trots out when we feel like we have failed artistically or athletically or just in basic motor skills, like trying to put a cup in the cabinet and you break the cup and you just are frustrated that you can't quite get it done. We see this also, as we've discussed, in dreams, particularly nightmares, where the body fails to perform in ways that we expect it to. These are all images of the fragmented body. But what Lacan says is that the child is so discombobulated when they're born that their state of existence is really close to death. Yes, they're at the start of life, but they have many of the attributes of someone who is dead. The fragmented body is the origin of life as a human being, to be sure, but it also is tinged with death. That's something important to bear in mind here. Also bear in mind that in the mid-50s, Lacan is referring to the signifier as that which engenders the thing, but also that which kills the thing. And part of what he means by that is that when you have a name for some experience or entity, that experience or entity now exists on two different registers of experience. There's the thing or experience or entity itself, not to be confused with the thing in itself, but there is the stuff in the world, and then there's its linguistic representation. So you know that at present elephants exist. There are actual elephants out in the world doing elephant stuff right now. There's not an elephant in this room, however, at least not literally. I can, though, with the word elephant, conjure all that. I can make present the absent elephant in this conversation. And I can use with the word elephant language to trace an outline of presence around this absent stuff in the room. There is no elephant literally in this room, but by queuing up that signifier, I can bring it here. Now here's the thing. I don't need to have an elephant in this room in order to talk with you about elephant stuff. In other words, all elephants in the world could go extinct, but we would still be able to do and discuss elephant stuff because the elephant as an entity and an experience lives on in language. That's the thing about language. It preserves at the level of the signifier something that is now allowed to perish. You can think of examples too of kids who grew up on farms with animals that their parents did not allow them to name. Naming also, though, brings an attachment to a thing. It makes it difficult to lose something once you've named it. So there's this ambiguity, this ambivalence in the signifier. The name simultaneously allows something to die and us to preserve it at the level of the signifier, but it also attaches us to that thing, that stuff, and allows us to experience its death as a kind of loss. These are some things to hold in mind as you're reading this paragraph. Hence, death brings the question of what negates discourse, but also the question of whether or not it is death that introduces negation into discourse. More importantly is this last bit. For the negativity of discourse, insofar as it brings into being that which is not, refers us to the question of what not being, which manifests itself in the symbolic order, owes to the reality of death. All right, this is important because it is within the field of the symbolic, within the field of language, that which not is, that which is not, and the question of non-being can be asked. Language is the site of negation. We are, in a sense, as linguistic beings, inventor of the negative, the no. We have terms that mark nothing, a great one of which is the number 0, which Lacan also makes a lot of elsewhere. He talks about the 0 of speech relative to life, and even toys elsewhere about with the symbol O for oxygen, indicating that he's actually referring to the 0 that is a signifier that marks nothing. It shows you where there is nothing of a certain type. For our purposes, I want you to recall the primary function of language when it's introduced into the life of a child. Language introduced into the life of the child functions as prohibition. It's a big, fat no. And the no has a certain effect. It's a splitting effect. The child is now divided between not the world they had, which was Edenic bliss, and the world of language, which is life outside of the gates. That's not the case. What the child is split between is the part of them that remains embodied and committed to biomaterialistic necessity, hunger, heat and cold, needs for shelter, and this part of them that now exists in a sociolinguistic space known as that of the demand, that of the request, that of need expressed in language. And we're torn between these two. What emerges then is a gap or a cut, an irreducible divide between the biomaterialistic parts of myself and the sociolinguistic parts of myself. It's that third element, that negated space, that difference that exists, irreducible minimum difference and distance required to allow me to have a foot in each of these spheres. It's that third element that greatly interests Lacan. This is another site of the negative, of the no, of the 0. There are ways that we can indicate and mark this space between two. this irreducible space between two entities that allows them to remain distinct, is referred to as objet, object little a, the object cause of desire. It is a lack, a gap, a space that we can signify in the field of language, in the field of the symbolic, the same way that I can use the word elephant to signify something that isn't here. These are all ways that we can understand the relationship between negation, language use, and death. One more pass at it. The negativity of discourse, insofar as it brings into being that which is not. You can talk about somebody after they've died. You can bring them into existence, even though they are no longer. Refers to the question of what non-being, which manifests itself in the symbolic order, owes to the reality of death. We have yet to talk about this notion of the reality of death. All we're really talking about, and the main point to note here, is the way that it's within language that negation exists. There's a sense in which whatever negation and the no is doing in relation to death, it's occurring primarily in the field of the symbolic, in the field of language. And then Lacan goes on to discuss more stuff on empty speech, the tessera, the etymology of the symbol, from symbalion, meaning to throw together or to cast together. And again, he's back on that non-being stuff. Whatever's happening with empty speech and the tessera and the symbol here on 316, there's a second dimension. This is the dimension from which, alongside non-being, the definition of reality arises. I'd suggest this is a great mystery in Lacan, a great place to begin working through what he's doing with death, negation, language, and the effect of language on the subject. Hi, welcome back. So we're looking at a response to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's Verneinung. So we previously discussed Lacan's introduction to Hippolyte's commentary. We haven't looked at Hippolyte's commentary, though it is in the back of the book, Écrits, as an appendix that you can read yourself. Nor have we spent much time talking about the Freud essay in question from 1925, Verneinung. On negation is the translation of that from the German, negation. And so there's a cluster of terms here, one of which is negation that has to be sorted out. Another term here is Bejahung, which is in German. It means affirmation. And what Lacan is here referring to is a kind of primitive, mythical almost affirmation presupposed by any negation of symbolicity, of language use. We'll unpack that here in a little while. Another term to have in mind here is repression. Repression is not the same thing as negation, so we'll have to understand the difference there. And then another biggie on the table is foreclosure, or Verwerfung, which also comes up in this essay. These are all German terms, all four of these, that Lacan is making a lot out of in ways that Freud did not so much. But Verneinung, negation, Freud did make something of. So let's see what we can think about with this term. It's a short little essay from 1925 that Freud writes. It begins with an interesting example that kind of captures the essence of what's up with negation. Someone sits down and tells you about a dream. And you might ask them, well, what's this dream about? And who was that woman in the dream? And the person might respond, well, it certainly was not my mother. And Freud is going to respond and say, aha, if he were there in that conversation. Your mother came to mind. There was an association that you had there. You affirmed that association, and then you negated it, but it's not about her. You can think of this also in terms of this double gesture where you affirm something only to negate it. When you're telling yourself or another person about who you are. I'm not the kind of person. Or expressions like, that's not me. In order for you to say, that's not me, you usually have to have in mind some sort of a behavior that you think somebody else might associate with you. So lying, honesty. You might get caught in a lie, and in part of your apology, you might say, you know what, I'm sorry I told that lie. That's not who I am. I'm not the kind of person who lies. Here you are negating the very act that you're guilty of. You're negating something that in order to negate, you have to first affirm. And so Bejahung is this term that captures this primitive affirmation that is presupposed by any negation. Because in order for you to say what you're not, you first have to identify what that thing is. So I'm not a liar, which presupposes an affirmation of lying, of the possibility that you might think I'm a liar, that we both understand what lying means, that you are going to recognize that what I'm doing here is speaking a language to you. That's the most basic affirmation, which we'll come to. So the idea here is that negation precedes, conditions, and makes possible any sort of denial, any sort of activity. But here's the thing. In order to negate something, you have to first have acknowledged or affirmed its existence. So there's a primitive affirmation that goes into every negation. Now, in fact, if you were going to sketch these out in terms of order, logical order, you'd have first this primitive affirmation, an acknowledgement that language is being spoken, that we all know what the meaning of lying is. Then you might have negation, where you say, I'm not the kind of person who lies. So you have affirmation, negation, and then let's say, nevertheless, that you suspect you are. You might repress that thought about yourself. Repression would follow negation here. In order to repress an idea, to take something and shove it underwater so you don't want to think about it, you don't want to have it come to mind. In order for that to occur, you have to negate it. And it's to the point that Freud, even in this essay, says that the no of negation is like a certificate of origin. For example, like made in Germany for repression. Every repressed signifier or image, if you dig back far enough, is going to have a negation at its start, Freud says, at its origin. Made in negation. So he even goes so far, Freud, in this essay, to talk about this affirmation denial sequence as tracing back to oral imperatives for the infant. So to affirm would link up to the infant's impulse to eat something that's good to eat, to introject or bring something inside oneself, and to unify with it as a result. So if you eat food, you create a union between yourself and the thing that you just ate because you're all kind of like together as one there. That would be affirmation. And then denial, Freud says, negation, traces back to seeing something that is not yummy, but instead yucky, that you take out of your mouth, that you expel, that you're not interested in, which would not link up with unification, but more with like destruction or expulsion or not rejection, but rejection is kind of close here. So you have these two imperatives, to affirm and to negate, which trace back to the oral imperative to ingest or expel. And this is the work that Freud is doing in this essay. Lacan thinks it's important, so he invites his homie, Jean Hippolyte, to come in and give a commentary on it. Now, Hippolyte is important here for reasons that we don't need to discuss much, but Hippolyte's a great commentator on the work of Hegel, who was also very influential in Lacan's early career, albeit through a single figure, Alexandra Kozev, who is a Russian immigrant giving lectures on on Hegel in the 30s that Lacan is attending. So Lacan's fascinated by Hegel. It's maybe one of the most influential thinkers on his work, right up there with Heidegger. It puts us more in the realm of history of philosophy here, intellectual history. So we're not going to go too far into it. But he respects Hippolyte because Hippolyte is a premier Hegelian scholar. And what he brings Hippolyte in here, I suspect, is because one of the key themes in Hegel is negation. And here what Hippolyte comes up with, if you go to the appendix and you read what he does with this Freud essay on negation, is he talks about the negation of negation. that would happen in one of these moments. He gets into a couple of Hegelian dialectical moves here. So we can come back and talk about that later. That's absolutely something that's interesting. Right now, though, I want to focus on the Lacan essay. The essays in which Lacan introduces and then offers commentary on what Hippolyte does. If that said, you want to go ahead and check out the Hippolyte essay, it is in Appendix 1 at the end of Écrits. It begins on 746, makes a few interesting moves, the key of which is to integrate this German notion of Aufhebung into what he's doing with this Freud essay. And again, that expression comes up. This is what I'm not. I'm not the kind of person who. And then Hippolyte's commentary builds on that expression. What's up with somebody saying this? Now, in analysis, really quick, you might come up against somebody who says, I'm not the kind of person who tells lies. And if you were in that conversation, let's say you were the psychoanalyst, you might respond and say, yes, but in claiming that you're not, in denying that you're the kind of person who tells lies, you suspect at some level that I might think you are. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to tell that to me. So what you could do in that moment is cause the person to say, you know what? Yeah, actually, I thought maybe you had heard a rumor that I was a liar or something like that. And I do accept that I've always been a little nervous because, I don't know, like you could be like, I'm a very good speaker. And people sometimes think that means I might be like, full of BS. And so in other words, you might accept that what you previously denied has some sort of nervous tinge about itself relative to you. In other words, you might accept that what you denied, because you denied it, might be more relevant to you than you initially admitted. Now, if what you deny is a negation, I'm not the kind of person who tells a lie. If you then accept that nevertheless the fear of being a liar or seen as one is of issue to you, Hippolyte says, you have effectively negated the early negation. So to accept what you previously denied is to deny the denial, to negate the negation. So you see, this is how he gets into some Hegelian stuff here. Almost certainly this is why Lacan brought him in to comment on this essay. That business occurs on 748 to 749. It's pretty good stuff. The other key passage here in this appendix, if you're working through it, is 752, where Hippolyte traces out Bejahung and Verneinung, affirmation and denial, introjection and expulsion, unification and eros. It kind of breaks down into a nice little column here. And he does some pretty interesting work here to say that Bejahung can be substituted for unification, but Verneinung follows expulsion, which is different. It's not exactly a substitute for expulsion. It follows expulsion. That work is done on page 752. We're not going to mess around with it much. The more important part for us is how Lacan responds to this essay by Hippolyte again. And that's where we'll turn to next. Hey, welcome back. So we're looking at this response to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's Verneinung. We just heard a little bit about Freud's essay and a little bit about Hippolyte's commentary. Now let's look at Lacan's response to Hippolyte's response to Freud. It starts on page 318. It's a terrific essay. And one of the great works in this essay is defining Bejahung, this term that is crucial, I think, to Lacan's philosophy of language and of communication, and also of his philosophy of the subject. His theory of the subject is very much hooked into this notion of Bejahung, which in German means affirmation, a confirmation of sorts. On page 319, Lacan gives us a definition toward the bottom of the page, about midway through, but heading towards the bottom of Bejahung. a mythical moment rather than a genetic moment. And what he means by that is that genetic means at the start, 1, 2, 3. That's not what Lacan is talking about here. When he says mythic, he means more like original, in the sense of origin versus genus. And this is important because the genetic move is to say that 1 begat 2 begat 3 begat 4, and so on. It's a very linear chronological approach to how things unfold in time. What Lacan is here doing when he uses the word mythical is he's talking about the way that a bejahung, or an affirmation, is presupposed logically, not chronologically, but logically prior to an act of negation. Now, that's not a question of genesis. That is a question of origin. An origin is something seen from a later moment. So you can right now look back at your childhood and say, those were the defining moments. And you could probably list them. It might be a parent's divorce. It could be an accident that you got into. It could be a great performance that you were a part of. You fill in the blanks. My point, though, is that you look back from the present onto a past that you then convert into your history by saying these were the defining moments. That is an original act. That's a look at your origins. Not where you started, but your origins, the parts of your past that contribute to mostly defining your present. That's what he's suggesting here with bejahung. You need to have this retrospective approach, retroactive even. The key theme here is negation. But what Lacan wants to point out is that in order to negate something, you must first have affirmed its existence. So the example we were working with in the last lecture was, I'm not a liar. Well, in order for me to deny that I'm a liar, I'm not a liar, I'm not a liar, I'm not a liar, I have to presuppose a lot of agreements. Particularly the possibility that you might think I'm a liar, that I might feel I'm a liar deep down. Which is why I have to deny it, particularly in speech addressed to you in hopes that you'll believe me. There are lots of affirmations that go into any particular negation, is Lacan's point. In order for there to be a disagreement, a whole series of agreements have to occur beforehand. You could think about this, for instance, as having a disagreement with a friend or a roommate or a family member. There are implicit rules about how that agreement's going to unfold. There are certain things that are acceptable and unacceptable in a fight. So you might have a disagreement with a roommate, and you know that the rules of that disagreement exclude violence. You can't hit them. You can't throw stuff at them. You can't stab them, shoot them. All that stuff is off the table. Now, you don't have to sit down with them and have that discussion about the rules of the road before you engage in a disagreement with them. It's assumed that even though you might disagree on who did the dishes last, there's a whole field of agreements that are in place to make that disagreement ideally productive, but at the very least, safe. So you're not going to get hurt. They're not going to beat you up over something like that. That is a bejahung. There's a primitive affirmation, a primordial agreement that is implicit here in an act of negation or disagreement, right? This is kind of what we're getting at here. You can also think of the question that you might put to someone, do you understand me? That's a tricky question, because if you answer no, hasn't that also confirmed that you already understand them? You understand enough to say no. Similarly, even if somebody comes up to you and says, "안녕하세요," now you might not be Korean. If you are, you know exactly what I just asked. If you are not, however, you will nevertheless recognize that as a language that is being spoken to you. And your response might be, I don't understand. Notice, you don't have any idea what was just said to you. You have no idea what I just asked. Anpigonaseo? You don't know what that means. But you recognize it as a linguistic act addressed to you. You recognize it as language. You affirm it as a linguistic act. And you treat it accordingly by saying things like, I don't understand. To respond, I don't understand, to anpigonaseo is to confirm that it's language, to say, I recognize that you're addressing that to me. And because we're operating in the field of language, I can respond linguistically and maybe you'll understand. Even though you don't have any idea what I just said, and maybe if I'm Korean, I have no idea what you just said. Very doubtful because most Koreans speak English, but very few American English speakers speak Korean. Be'yahung is a mythical moment rather than a genetic moment, Lacan says on 319. One cannot even relate it to the constitution of the object, since it concerns the relationship between subject and being, not between the subject and the world. So this is a very primitive, start of everything mythical moment about the origins of language use. Repression is one of the central concepts of psychoanalysis. In order to repress something, you must first negate it. And in order to negate something, you must have first, at some basic level, affirmed it. And the term for that affirmation is Be'yahung. That's why we're talking about this. You can see on 320, the next page, Lacan starts to hint a little further at this. At a discursive structuration on the basis of a primordial symbolization. That's Be'yahung, that primordial symbolization. One of the key questions that comes up on 320 is also one of the great ways of understanding what he means by the real. What is excluded from the first moment of symbolization? He says on 320. Well, one of the things that oftentimes gets excluded from that, especially if you have the underlying clinical structure of psychosis, he says on 322, is castration. Now, castration here again doesn't mean some physical operation on the human anatomy. That's not what we're talking about. Castration in the Lacanian sense means prohibition, feelings of dependence, recognition that the world in which you live is not of your own making, and an acceptance of that. Castration is something that most humans accept. You accept that you are alienated in a world full of rules and terms and languages and laws and norms that are not of your own creation. And you just have to get on with it. The psychotic is somebody who fundamentally forecloses, utterly rejects that initial moment of castration. You can see it coming up at the bottom of page 322. Lacan says, quoting Freud, that some patient did not want to know anything about castration in the sense of repression. Now, what Lacan wants to make of this is saying they didn't want to know about it at the level of repression, which is a fundamentally neurotic or normal function, because they were experiencing it at the level of not repression, but Verwerfung, foreclosure, which is something different. You can see this at the bottom of page 322. Now, some of you have seen my lectures on Seminar 3 and psychosis. We're not going to get into that here. But do note that the topic of Be'yahung comes up in Seminar 3, in the early 80s in particular. It's a great book, a great volume, not our focus here, but lots of work is done on this notion of Verwerfung. Verwarf sie. Lacan's going to make a lot of this verb, verwarf, which means to foreclose. Here he's using the word excise. Eventually it'll become foreclosure. He forecloses castration, bottom of 322. Again, the good source for this is Seminar 3, and you can see my lectures on that elsewhere. It's as though that didn't even exist. That didn't even occur. The castration and the prohibitions that most of us endure in order to become normal subjects with a coherent, relatively stable identity, the psychotic rejects. as though it never even happened, he suggests at the top of page 323. The theme of Verwerfung and Bejahung, foreclosure and negation and affirmation, continues on 323. They are opposed to each other. These are oppositional moments. Normally what happens is somebody affirms, accepts that they have to use words not of their own creation. They have to speak the mother's tongue in order to get their needs met. That's what I'm doing right now. The language you're hearing now is not one that was invented to coincide with my birth. It was there long before I showed up. And over time, my primary caregivers integrated me into that language and infused me with it so that now I speak it fluently, unconsciously, without even thinking about the words that come up. That's what it means to be fluent in a language. All of that presupposes that I accepted that original moment of prohibition. Remember, the prohibition we're talking about here is a prohibition against continuing life without prohibition. Infants don't know prohibition. When they need to go to the bathroom, they go to the bathroom. When they're upset, they cry. It's only with the advent of language in society that people start to learn, babies, infants, toddlers start to learn that there are certain places where it's inappropriate to go to the bathroom and others where it is. And so they learn to play by rules, in this case potty training, that are not of their own creation, but imposed on them from without. And they accept that. They affirm and acknowledge that those rules exist and play by them. That primitive affirmation, that primitive acceptance of prohibition here is known as Bejahung. The psychotic subject, according to Lacan, is somebody who does not accept that, who acts as though there aren't any rules about when and where to go to the bathroom, for instance. That's what he's working on here on page 322 and 323. We'll come back to that in a minute with a close reading starting on 323. Okay, a close reading starting on page 323. We're about a third of the way down. The paragraph begins the process in question, here known as Verwerfung, which I do not believe has ever been commented on in a sustained manner in the analytic literature, is situated very precisely in one of the moments that Professor Hippolyte has just brought out for us in the dialectic of Verneinung. Verwerfung is exactly what opposes the primal Bejahung and constitutes as such what is expelled. We were just talking about this. You will see proof of this in a sign whose obviousness will surprise you, for it is here that we find ourselves at the point at which I left you last week, a point beyond which it will be much easier for us to go after what we have just learned from Professor Hippolyte's talk. I will thus forge ahead, Lacan continues, and the most fervent devotees of the idea of development, if there are any here, will be unable to object to the phenomenon that occurred at too late a date to constitute a primal scene, since Professor Hippolyte has admirably shown you that it is mythically speaking that Freud describes this Bejahung, as primal. And again, we know what he means here by mythical. He's not talking about Genesis, but origin. Not where things started, but where it appears things began looking back at one's past. A mythical or original moment, not a genetic one. Verwerfung thus cut short any manifestation of the symbolic order. That is, it cut short the Bejahung, that Freud posits as the primary procedure in which the judgment of attribution finds its root. Now, what he means here by attribution is secondary to what Freud means by existence. A judgment of existence is to acknowledge whether something exists. So, is the building on fire? Yes or no? That's a judgment of Bejahung, according to Freud, because you're judging whether a fire in that building exists. Later, once you have affirmed that there is a fire in that building, then you can raise a question. Are the attributes of this fire dangerous?
Should I be concerned? Should I call 911? Technically speaking, when I cook dinner and the oven is on, there's a fire in that house. I affirm the existence of a fire in that house. I can then go on to say, are the attributes of that fire dangerous? The answer is no. If, however, the building is in flames, reaching up into the sky, obviously I'm going to say the attributions of that fire are dangerous. But first, again, I have to have this primitive moment of affirmation that a fire even exists. That is a judgment of existence, Freud says. That's what he means by Bejahung. And what Lacan wants to do is take that judgment of Bejahung and apply it to the symbolic, to the advent of language, the origin of which is castration, the name of the Father, the know of the Father. That's where Lacan wants to attach Bejahung, is to the symbolic order and its founding. Excellent stuff on page 323 towards the bottom. We are moving quicker than that, though. Top of 324. Lacan returns to this quote from Freud about the patient who did not want to know anything about it, namely castration, in the sense of repression. That passage means a lot to Lacan. Here, notice where he goes with it. 4 lines down on 324. For in order for him to be able to know something about his castration in this sense, it would have had to come in some way to light in the primordial symbolization. But once again, what becomes of it? You can see what becomes of it. And then here's the key point, italicized. What did not come to light in the symbolic appears in the real. Now, this is a kind of misleading passage. What should be said here, technically speaking, it should be said that what did not come to light in the symbolic appears in and as the real. This is how we get the real. The real as a category in Lacanian psychoanalysis does not precede the symbolic. On the contrary, the real is whatever is left of the swimming here and now world in which things, if they aren't even things, are confusing, lizards and rocks, blah. You see how we just are getting way before language or anything like that. This primordial state of being before language is not the real. The real are among other things, it is comprised of the parts of that original here and now, fluid, infantile, bioanimalistic existence that can't be fit into the symbolic. It's whatever the symbolic can't metabolize, account for, and represent. That's what becomes the real. The real is what gets excised, left unsaid in the symbolic. It's what gets kicked out, if you will. But even the in and out here doesn't quite work, because the real is really a rip or a tear or some aspect of the symbolic where the symbolic can't quite shine its light. That happens in the symbolic. It's a blind spot, a dark spot in the symbolic, not some external world. And if you want to be very technical about it, you might even say that those dark spots in the symbolic are precisely what legitimate it. Precisely the dark spots that allow the symbolic to operate. The symbolic needs those dark spots in order to function. We've got lectures on that elsewhere, so I won't go into it too much here. For that is how we must understand. And then we've got another German phrase here, meaning taking into the subject, and another German phrase taken from Freud's essay, meaning expelling from the subject. What gets expelled is what constitutes the real. And notice how Lacan puts it here. The latter constitutes the real. insofar as it is the domain from which subsists outside of symbolization. Now again, that outside is misleading here. It's an outside that exists within the symbolic order. And that's one of the hooks here to understand about how the real operates. It doesn't precede the symbolic, nor does it exceed the symbolic. It exists within the symbolic. Exists. It's not even actually an existent entity. That's its dilemma. This is why castration, which is excised by the subject here from the very limits of what is possible, but what is also thereby withdrawn from the possibilities of speech, appears in the real, erratically. Erratically is a great choice of word here. The real wanders through the symbolic as error, as erratic. In other words, it appears in relations of resistance without transference. To extend the metaphor I used earlier, I would say like a punctuation without a text. Very interesting. I love these metaphors, they're terrific. He goes on to talk a little bit about the real, again emphasizing that the real is something outside the subject that is expelled. And then notice on the bottom of 324, the real gets an even more crystalline definition. 4 lines up from the bottom. The real, namely that which is excised from the primordial symbolization. Excised from the Latin ex scimere, same scimere word for scissors, cut out. But it's not a cut out that is then cast aside beyond the symbolic. It's an area of the symbolic where if you were looking at it like a fabric, a cutout would appear. A hole would emerge within the fabric itself. It's not something that's cut out and thrown aside. It is a cutout from within the fabric. This is the best way to understand the real. And 324 does a really good job of explaining this. He then gets into a discussion of hallucinations, which continues for a while and is pretty useful. There's some good stuff on déjà vu in there as well on page 326. But that key passage for us on 323 to 324 is where I would really recommend focusing your attention. And one of the great takeaways here, as we've discussed, is how the real operates, how the real is generated, engendered by the symbolic. So even in this primitive moment of Beyahung, you're going to have certain parts of lived experience that get excised, where the light of the symbolic does not reach. The difference, though, between a neurotic and a psychotic subject, according to Lacan, is that the neurotic accepts that there is this thing that gets constituted by the symbolic at its outer reaches, an internal blind spot known as the real. The psychotic doesn't even get that far. They reject the primitive affirmation, the Beyahung, that would necessarily be in place for anybody to accept that there could be blind spots in there. The great blind spot in me, of course, is the unconscious, which is where I shove all the repressed signifiers from my life. Human beings live in a field of blind spots. We have so many just within ourselves. Don't forget, that's the primary stake here. Normal people repress, pushing signifiers into the unconscious. The psychotic expels signifiers from the unconscious, if they even interact with signifiers at all. For normal, and here I don't mean happy or content, I just mean what's average. The average person, the usual people, with some neurotic symptoms, which is also quite normal, or is as close to normal as I think Lacan would say you can get, are people who endure repression. In order to endure repression, you first have to have an experience of negation. So let's go back to that example one more time of I'm not a liar. There are times when I've told lies, you might think to yourself. And I don't want to think about those times because I don't believe that's the kind of person I am. You might say things like, oh, everybody makes mistakes. And one of which was when I lied here, there, or the other. Oh, everybody just makes mistakes. You don't want to think about that. You don't want to have that in your mind. You don't want to think about all the times that you've lied. Because that doesn't comport with your sense of self, with your ego that believes it's not a liar. So you repress those memories of the times you told lies. But in order to repress those times and those memories, you have to first at some level negate them, deny them. But in order to negate or deny them, you have to first affirm their existence. So that again is the logic we're working with here. For repression to occur, negation has to first occurred. And in order for negation to occur, an affirmation has to have occurred before that. You can't repress that which hasn't already endured this process of negation, which implies a primitive affirmation. This is one of the reasons why, just because it's out of sight and out of mind, doesn't mean that it's not going to pop back up into your perceptual field later. Why the return of the repressed is always the flip side of the coin of repression. In part because the very structure and mechanism known as repression has this dialectic built into it of affirmation and negation, acceptance and denial, Bejahung and Verneinung, that are being wrapped up in ways that simultaneously index an experience or an event or an entity and cancel it. Yet another reason why we're looking at Jean Hippolyte here. Hippolyte is a great commentator on Hegel, and one of the great comments on Hegel that Hippolyte makes the most of is Hegel's use of the term Aufhebung, which is a German term meaning to preserve and to cancel at the same time. Isn't that exactly what repression does? It is a cancellation and a preservation of some part of ourselves that we don't want to think about. That's one of the central stakes in this little trio of writings by Freud, Lacan, Hippolyte. More soon. Welcome back. Here we're looking at the situation of psychoanalysis and the training of psychoanalysts in 1956. Beginning on about page 384 of Écrits, the English translation, and extending in content up to 406. So some pages to cover in the interest of bringing some clarity to some key conceptual work that Lacan is up to at this stage in his career, but also that is central to Lacanian psychoanalysis. I want to direct your attention to pages 392 to 393. And there's a lot of stuff in this essay to discuss. A lot of it pretty ambiguous, but I think on 392 and 393, we can get some pretty good material to focus on. Let's begin on 392 with the paragraph beginning, "A psychoanalyst." A psychoanalyst should find assurance in the obvious fact that man is, prior to his birth and beyond his death, caught up in the symbolic chain, a chain that founded his lineage before his history was embroidered upon it. So what Lacan here is suggesting is a very obvious point, which is that the language that is native to you, the language that you grew up speaking, your first language, perhaps even your only language, the language in which you are fluent, really any language in which you are fluent, it was there before you were born, before you were thrown into it and asked to learn it, commanded to speak it instead of crying and so forth. It was there before you. It predated you. Your parents did not realize that when you were going to be born, you were going to be so special that they were going to invent an entire language that everybody in the community, whether that's the family, the neighborhood, the town, the state, the country, the nation, the world, would be able to speak it just in honor of you. No. That language, for me it was English, was there long before you were born. You were born into something that was there prior to your birth. And the second part of this passage, it extends beyond your death. Same with me. When you die, the language that you spoke for most of your life won't simply end. It will continue for as long as there are other people who speak it. So the language, and by extension the society and the world into which you are born, was there before you, and it'll be there after you die as well. This is what Lacan is getting at here on page 392. Continuing, he must work at the idea that it is in his very being, in his total personality, and it is comically put, that man is in fact considered to be whole, but like a pawn in the play of the signifier. This is so even before its rules are transmitted to him, insofar as he ends up discovering them. This order of priorities must be understood as a logical order, that is, as forever current. So here again we have this emphasis on what's cracking out there before you arrive, but also this emphasis on the rules being transmitted, the rules of language, of society, of what Lacan knows as the symbolic, being transmitted to those who will live by those rules, more or less, depending on one's clinical structure. How exactly are these rules transmitted to us? Now we can talk about culturation, socialization, linguistification of human beings and the like. I want to focus really though on the point at which we might realize that there are such things as rules bound to a specific linguistic code that we are now asked to live. What does it mean? What is it, the experience of realizing this like? A clue comes in the next paragraph. No prehistory allows us to efface the cut brought about by the heteronomy of the symbolic. So heteronomy means dependence. It's the opposite of autonomy. Autonomy, self, auto, plus the Greek nomos, meaning law. If you're autonomous, it means that you're self-legislating. You make up your own rules. That's what it means to be autonomous. To be heteronomous is to be subject to the rules of others. The rules of others. In other words, you're dependent to some other system, not of your own devising. That's the nature of finding your place in society and in the symbolic, even if it's to revolt against the place that was assigned to you by society and the symbolic. There's still this heteronomous relation to language, a dependence on language. And here Lacan says that this relationship begins with a cut. So how these rules of the symbolic are transmitted to us, what we now know is that the beginning of that transmission process, a process that Lacan would call castration, that we've also heard referred to as alienation, begins with a cut. And this is something we need to figure out very carefully. What is the nature of this cut? And if indeed the beginning of our introduction to the symbolic starts with a cut, into what does the first primordial signifier cut? To answer that question, I'm going to tell you a little story coming up next. Okay, the story. So, everybody watching this video has three things in common, at least three things. First is that we are embodied. To be a human, to be watching this video, means to have a body. Everybody has one. To be born into a body doesn't mean that your body won't perish. In order for humans, when born into bodies, to survive, they require copious amounts of care from others. Now you can hear that as care from mothers, but I prefer it to just be care from others. And almost always there is a primary caregiver. It can be a dad, as in my case with my kiddo, or it can be a mom, as in more heteronormative, typical cases. It doesn't matter. It can be an uncle. It can be a grandparent. It doesn't even have to be a family member. It can be the state of California. It can be the foster care system. It can be the professional parent that helped you through your early days. Primary caregiver, though, is the human who keeps the infant human from dying. Infants, when born into bodies, are born into bodies of pure need. Their lack of motor skills prevents them from going to the fridge to get the food they need, pulling the blanket up when they get cold, changing their own diaper. All of this stuff to keep the human infant alive is stuff that's done by another person. That person we can just refer to as the primary caregiver. Now, the infant quickly realizes that this primary caregiver is key to them. Now, does this infant realize the third element that binds everybody on this call? No. What is that third element? You've already guessed it. In order to be a human, you have to be embodied. In order for that body to survive, it has to receive care. And in order for that body to remain human, it must inevitably perish, die. Death is the third element here. According to Lacan, the human infant is very close to death, not because it's on the verge of dying, but because its birth and this period that some people refer to as the fourth trimester and beyond is a period in which the child very much resembles a dead thing. It can't move. It can't do anything. It's a fragmented body. Its lack of motor skills make it seem like it's almost in its death throes. When you look at the baby wiggling around sometimes, it looks almost like it's dying rather than learning how to live, is Lacan's point. The child realizes very early on that they depend on this other being, and they develop very quickly a desire for this person. And this desire, we won't go into how this happens, is insatiable. It's a desire for another person. In other words, another body. Desire is always hooked into the embodied form. And it is always a desire for another body, another embodied form. So the child quickly learns to desire the primary caregiver and cries about it, and eventually learns to issue demands about it in order to get that desire met. Now, it's an insatiable desire for love, so it'll never be fully met, which is why the child will oftentimes ask for this, and then when you get it for them, ask for that, and then when you get that for them, ask for something different. What matters is not the thing you're getting for them, but the care that you provide when you show up with it, which for them is a demonstration of love. And because their desire for the primary caregiver's love, care, and affection is insatiable, it's no surprise that these requests or these demands follow back to back, end to end. Desire, as we know, is an insatiable experience, constantly reproducing new objects to desire. What the child realizes, though, and each of us did this, was that the primary caregiver isn't only interested in the baby. The primary caregiver has other interests. It can be another sibling that also requires care. It can be a job that requires its own kind of care because rent still has to be paid. It can be a little flat thing, mirrored in surface, a cipher to the child at first, a smartphone. The parent has other interests, other places where they direct their attention. And the child, although they lack gross motor skills and fine motor skills, has a very perceptive field of vision and a quickly perceptive if not very good at interpreting, but at least an observational mind. It can see the primary caregiver smile at the smartphone. Can't do anything about it, but it can see their attention, in other words, divided between the infant in need and the smartphone in hand. Now, whatever that thing is that the infant imagines to be a competitor for the primary caregiver's attention, the infant quickly learns that its best bet is to identify with this thing, to approximate it, which is why little kids often like taking your phone from you. They're not trying to imitate you playing on their phone. They're trying to get your attention. Car keys. Yes, kids like car keys because they jingle. But kids also like car keys because that jingling sound is the signal that you are about to leave and take your attention elsewhere, to go hop in a car after the babysitter has arrived and dip for work, for fun, but regardless, without the child. So by taking your car keys and putting it down its diaper, the kid can identify with the other object that it imagines you're most interested in. Not just them, but also these car keys. And obviously, it's a way to keep you from taking off. It keeps your attention directed at the child. Not only are you like, hey, give me back those car keys, but now, at least from the child's imaginary perspective, you can't leave. Can't leave without those keys. And if the keys are in the diaper, the kid's got to come with you. You see how these things go? This imaginary object of the primary caregiver's desire has a few names in Lacanian psychoanalysis. We don't need to get into it. What we need to understand is the relationship that the primary caregiver has to it vis-a-vis the relationship that the child has to it. The child thinks that by identifying with the object of interest, they can get their desire for the primary caregiver satisfied. So they approximate the desire of the primary caregiver in order to have their desire for the primary caregiver satisfied, at least at one remove, which is imaginary, but also the beginning of the symbolic, so to speak. Doesn't mean this is where the symbolic begins. It means that the imaginary starts to take on a tinge of symbolicity in this moment. Because what else does the imaginary object of the primary caregiver's desire symbolize but an opportunity for the child to get their desire for the primary caregiver's attention met? Here again, at one remove. And that one remove is a remove of representation, of symbolization. Now, the structure of this three-part relationship, this pre-Oedipal imaginary triangle between the child, the primary caregiver, and the imaginary object, is as follows. The child imagines that the primary caregiver wants to have the object of their desire, the other object of their desire, the keys, the phone, whatever it might be. And the child, by identifying with that object of desire, hopes at some level to be it for the primary caregiver. So the assumption here, at least in the child's imaginary fantasy here, is that the primary caregiver wants to have that object, and that by becoming it through identification, by putting the phone or the key in the diaper, the child can in turn help give it to them in the form of themselves. So the primary caregiver wants to have the imaginary object, and the child wants to be the imaginary object. This imaginary pre-Oedipal triangle is also mentioned in this essay. It's the one that we hear referred to on 386, the nature of this dyadic relation. It is dyadic, but there's also this third element, this imaginary object that converts this into a tripartite or triadic relationship. So with these three elements, we count three, but there is one more force, the key force, and ideally the most positive and productive force in the child's life. That's where we'll head next. Okay, we've been talking about imaginary triangles. Now I want to talk about symbolic squares. How to square that triangle. The cut in question here on page 392 of the Situation of Psychoanalysis and the Training of Psychoanalysts in 1956. The cut in question that marks the beginning of the symbolic, or at least the child's introduction or induction into the field of language, society, order, law, normativity, and the like, the symbolic. This cut begins by the introduction of a fourth element, a fourth force or function in this imaginary triangle, turning it into a square. The imaginary triangle, if you want to get technical about it, is a pre-Oedipal imaginary triangle, founded on a dyadic relationship. It is, however, also a proto-symbolic triangle, because the imaginary object, although thoroughly steeped in the child's fantasy, is still a representation of the child's desire for the primary caregiver, and as such, a signifier of sorts. It's a proto-signifier. It's proto-symbolic. The cut in question here is introduced by a fourth element, not the primary caregiver, not the child, and not the imaginary object. It's typically coming in the form of another parent or another authority, some other authority that the primary caregiver cites, resorts to. It can be a real person. It can be an imaginary person. It doesn't even have to be a person at all. This fourth element is oftentimes referred to by Lacan as the paternal function, sometimes the name of the father. It doesn't have to be a biological dad or even a biological male. It can be occupied by any third party. It can be the primary caregiver saying, "Wait until your father gets home," and thus citing a third party. It can be the primary caregiver saying, "Wait until your mother gets home." In this case, the bio mom would perform the paternal function of being this third party authority to which the primary caregiver refers. It can be an imaginary person. What would Jesus think about you doing this? What would Santa think? Oh, if Santa finds out that you're doing this, you're going to go on the naughty list. It can be the Easter Bunny, Colonel Sanders, the Queen of England, aliens. It can be all kinds of third parties. It can be God itself that the primary caregiver calls up. What is the function of this called up authority, this third party? If it is performed adequately, and by that I mean according to Lacan, it will introduce a cut, the same cut that he's referring to here on page 392. And this cut will effectively cut into the imaginary triangle. And in cutting into it, it will introduce a gap, a space, some breathing room between the child and the primary caregiver. And the function of this cut is simple. It comes in to tell the child that the primary caregiver doesn't have the imaginary object, and that the child cannot be it for them. So the primary caregiver doesn't have it, and the child can't be it. The effect of this is fundamentally one of prohibition. The paternal function, whoever performs it, effectively moves by way of prohibition. It prohibits certain things. It prohibits the primary caregiver from having the imaginary object, and it prohibits the child from being the imaginary object. The child experiences the paternal function effectively as a no, as a prohibition, as a thou shalt not. And look at the Ten Commandments. The lion's share of them begin with thou shalt not. It's a negation, the issuance of a no that produces a host of no things, eventually to be cast into the repressed orbit of the nothing. We can come to that later, but for now we're looking at this cut brought about by the heteronomy of the symbolic on 392. This cut, I've said, is functioning as prohibition, and it is equivalent to the signifier no. No matter what your first word was, it could be your name, it could be daddy, it could be mommy, it could be some version thereof. Whatever your first word was, the first functioning of a word, the first function of a signifier in your language was no. Whether the word was no or not, it had a prohibitive function. We'll definitely come to that in a second. For now, this cut, the paternal function cuts into this dyadic, triadic relationship between the child and the primary caregiver and introduces a gap or some space between them. When Lacan talks about the name of the Father, this is what he means. It's written all over 392 here. This stuff about lineage founded on embroidery and all this kind of, all right. The name of the Father, it can be as simple as your last name, which you probably inherited from the paternal side of your family. Maybe not, but probably, because that's still a normative code. But one thing is for sure. When Lacan says the name of the Father, you have to remember that in French, the word for name, nom, sounds exactly the same as the word for no, nom. N-O-M, name, in French sounds exactly the same as N-O-N, no, in French. So the name of the Father is not that challenging here to understand. It is the no of someone performing the paternal function. The name of the Father is the no of the Father. And it's a no because it has a prohibitive function. It serves a prohibitive purpose. Now, if this is done well, if this prohibition is kept 300, cool, calm, collected, hell, let's make it 400, consistent, 4 C's. If it is pronounced with a period at the end versus an exclamation point, the effect is what Lacan refers to as castration. Now, that doesn't mean that someone's physically cutting on the child or anything like that. It doesn't literally mean castration. It means an acceptance of one's dependent status. That's what he means by heteronomy of the symbolic on page 392. The beginning of the child's induction to the symbolic coincides with the paternal function, in which the name of the father displaces the desire of the mother, if you want to keep this heteronormative setup. You could say the name of whoever performs the paternal function displaces the desire of whoever performs the primary caregiver's function. That's a little more accurate. But in either case, you get this metaphoric displacement where the name of the father comes to stand in, to offset the desire of the primary caregiver. inducts the child into a heteronymous or dependent relationship with this world of language, of society, of rules, of law and order, known as a symbolic. And I say this because society is based on rules and norms. And the basic function of a rule and a norm is to prohibit. It doesn't just positively encourage certain behaviors. It always, to some extent, at a foundational level, prohibits and places under erasure others. The basis for society is law and normative order. The basis for law and normative order is prohibition. That's how we get here. That prohibition is experienced as a cut, as a rupture in the child's life, as an automatic forking in a road that has only ever been singular up to that point. There are several ways that we can understand this. But the important part here is that something in this moment is cut out, prohibited, barred now to the child. And what I would like to suggest is that what is prohibited at this moment is any furtherance of life without prohibition. It's not that the child is having their primordial uteromorphic blissful Edenic state subtracted from them, taken from them. Something they once had is not now rendered as lost or dropped out of them. That's a retroactive fantasy that can only be sustained within the field of the symbolic after you've already been inducted into it. In fact, Eden and the uteromorphic figurations that we imagine infancy to be, which I don't think is accurate at all. I think being an infant's probably a pretty terrifying thing. It's probably not blissed out. It's probably pretty damn scary. Is not something we once had that was subsequently lost. It's something that can only ever be had in the field of the symbolic as loss, as the experience of loss. It's not something lost. It is the basic experience of loss. It's a retroactive fantasy of wholeness that emerges in a world where we are cut and thus gapped, incomplete, fractured, divided, split is the word that Lacan often uses. We are split subjects. That's what the symbolic does. It splits us. One of the things that it does in splitting us is introduce us to a world of prohibition, of law, and of order. Now, the final word on this is about that no. You heard me mention this as punctuated by a period, not an exclamation point. That's where we'll return next. The no of the paternal function, the squaring of the pre-Oedipal imaginary triangle that we were just discussing, when done well, will be followed by a period, not an exclamation point. The no that initiates the child's experience of prohibition and marks their induction into the symbolic, according to Lacan, should be, as I said, kept 400, cool, calm, collected, and consistent. That means no ending with a period. If it ends with an exclamation point, that's a problem. A period that allows the no as an original prohibition, the beginning of the child's relationship to the law and thus desire, because desire and the law are about the same thing. Even in some areas, Lacan says they are the same thing. This no, if it's issued well, coolly, calmly, collectedly, consistently, will allow the child's relationship to law and order to develop on its own, apart from the child's relationship with the lawgiver. In this case, whoever occupies that paternal function. This is important. It's also partly why Lacan on 393 of this essay talks about this forgotten drama, this primordial drama, this inaugural drama of the killing of the father. Now, there are a few ways to read this. The way I want to suggest that we read it is a way that gets back to that period after no. We're on page 393, about a third of the way down, with this killing of the father, which is not literal, it's metaphorical, and the inaugural drama of humanity. We can see that what he maintained thereby, Freud that is, was the primordial nature of the signifier. That treatment of no and prohibition is the primordial nature of the signifier. Lacan sometimes refers to this as the unary trait. It's usually marked with his use of the term the name of the father, which, as we know, is also the no of the father. The primordial nature of the signifier is a prohibitive nature, which is why I always say that the first word you heard, no matter what the first word you heard was, functioned as no. Because it introduces you into a world of splits, divisions, a differential system of significations, of ones and zeros, of presence and absence. That is what the symbolic introduces, is a world not just of presence and absence, but a world in which presence and absence are divided from each other. There's a third element here, which is the minimum distance between a present element and an absent element that allows them to remain distinct. And the multiplications just proceed from there. Being in the symbolic is about being with absence. And there's an easy way to understand this. I can look around this room and I don't see any elephants. But by just using the signifier elephant, the word elephant, I can put an elephant in this room. I can make present something that is absent by using a word for it. What I can also do is remind everybody, by using the word elephant, of something that they don't have, of something that they can only have by embracing a relation to its absence, namely an elephant. There ain't an elephant in your room either. But with the use of the word elephant, we can make a presence of that absence. That is something that you can only do in the symbolic. It is another reason why the symbolic is a field of cuts, because it is constantly perforated by absence. The primordial nature of the signifier, that unary cut, that unary trait, that first notch in the antler, it had the function of introducing a cut or a gap or an opening into a world that really didn't have any before then, to the extent that we can even talk about a before then. That's a logical priority, an a priori or presupposed before. All we really have is life after Eden. It's the after that becomes our present. And we imagine that there must have been a before. We don't have any real experience or memory of that. And if you don't believe me, ask yourself when your first memory began. How far back does your memory go? 3 years old? 4 years old? 5 years old? 2 years old? However far back you can trace your memory, I guarantee that you were born a while before that. You don't remember that state of existence. You don't have any conscious memory of that lived experience. But you know it was there because you are here now. You know when you were born. You know when your first memory was. You don't have any recollection of the in-between. You presuppose it. You know it was there. in the way that you can only know something in an a priori, presupposed way. The primordial nature of the signifier as prohibition, as no, is represented by paternity. Now, that's not talking about daddies necessarily. It's talking about the paternal function, which any person can occupy. It's a function, it's a subject position that anybody can be brought into, depending on the society. It performs a certain function, which is that of prohibition, of cutting into the imaginary triangle. The primordial nature of the signifier that is represented by paternity beyond the attributes that it accumulates, the link of generation being one part of it. So the fact that your last name connects you to other members of a family or of a generational sequence of people with the same last name, that's only one part of what the name of the Father does. Its importance as a signifier appears unequivocally in the assertion produced in this way that the true Father, that is, the symbolic Father, the Father who performs the paternal function, whether they are your daddy or not, is the dead Father. And the connection between paternity and death, which Freud explicitly highlights in many case discussions, allows us to see from whence this signifier garners its primordial rank. Its primordial rank is that of the first signifier, the primordial signifier, which functions as prohibition and no. The reason why, and again, this is just one way of reading this. There are other ways to interpret what Freud is up here when he talks about the best father being a dead father, is that the person who shows up and issues that primordial no, that prohibition, that introduces a gap or some breathing room between the child and the primary caregiver. Breathing room, by the way, that is one of the basic barriers against anxiety. Without that breathing room, anxiety, to the extent that the subject is neurotic, is usually what will follow. The child needs some breathing room between themselves and the primary caregiver. That's this cutting in process that the paternal function performs. It gives the child the requisite breathing room to cultivate their own desire instead of living their life in terms of the primary caregiver's desire. Very important. That cutting in, though, should not be dramatic. It should not be vociferous. The no issued by the paternal function should not have an exclamation point at the end of it. It should have a period at the end of it. That period, like the issuance of any good and reasonable law, makes the lawgiver impassive, not wildly enraged, whether in a state of enjoyment or furor, but instead somebody who passively, impassively, coolly, calmly, collectedly, consistently says no. You see, if there's an exclamation point at the end of that no, the child will learn to associate the authority of the law with the might of the lawgiver. They will come to think that a law only has binding force insofar as it's backed up by the threat of violence. The parent who always says, "How dare you, don't do that, I'm going to beat you," or whatever the case may be, scares the hell out of children. They obey not because they think the law is legit. They obey because they fear punishment from the lawgiver. A good law is one that can stand without the threat of force that the lawgiver could otherwise bring. This is why all Wild West movies, you have a lawless town, things are going south, it's a crazy world. The villains are in charge, the sheriff and the deputies are all in the villain's pocket, it's a lawless town, all the civilians are getting messed up. And out of the desert comes the lawgiver, the lawbringer, this Wild West hero who shows up, regulates, typically falls in love with a child and or the mother, sets the town aright, kicks the villains out, killing most of them along the way, introduces law and order by appointing a sheriff who gives them the nod to say, I've got this from here, at which point the hero doesn't stay, doesn't settle down, certainly doesn't become the sheriff. No, they leave. The hero rides off into the sunset, which is the best demonstration that the law that they have introduced is authoritative, sound, and reliable, because it doesn't need the barrel of a gun to back it up anymore. The town has got it from here. A good law, like a good no, is one that can stand on its own after a while and doesn't require the barrel of a gun behind it. That's the reason why the hero rides off into the sunset. Riding off into the sunset is kind of like a metaphor for death. They go and they don't come back, not unlike when you die. So the lawgiver you see in these shows and movies is usually pretty cool under pressure. They are impassive, they are calm, they are collected, and they are consistent in their regulating of that town. And they don't sprint into the desert. They usually saunter into the desert. The horse is not heading out at full tilt. The horse is just trotting along, presumably on the way to the next adventure, hence the sequel. But metaphorically here, really on the road to death. So the good father is a dead father because the no that they issue is impassive, cool, calm, collected, and consistent, enough for that law to eventually settle in as a reasonable law and to be introjected, for better and for worse, becoming integrated into one's superego, which becomes a new internalized and usually pretty damn sadistic lawkeeper. But the original lawgiver, that third party that cuts in, they get to leave now. Their job here is done, so to speak. They pronounce the law as though they are dead. And welcome back. We're here at the end of Écrits, looking at the essay Science and Truth. There's a lot going on in this essay, and yet at the same time, Lacan is just driving at a couple of pretty straightforward and classic Lacanian notions, namely that of the split subject and the cause of its division, as named with object A. Let's start briefly with the discussion of science here. So science and psychoanalysis, ever since Freud, has been a big topic. Freud thought that psychoanalysis belonged in the hard sciences, down the hall from biology, chemistry, hydraulics, and the like. Lacan is more ambiguous about what he believes the relationship between science and psychoanalysis to be. Some important things to bear in mind. When Lacan says science, he's usually thinking of the modern interest in objectivity, in the world of objects. Lacan's very careful, though, especially at this period in his career in the 60s, to distinguish between the study of objectivity, modern science, and the study of objectality, which he identifies with psychoanalytic inquiry. Objectality is not the study of objects. Instead, it's the study of causes, not the field of stuff, but the condition for its emergence as an object of inquiry. Objectality has to do with psychoanalysis. Objectivity is a delusional, almost paranoid fantasy of modern science, in many cases for Lacan. That comes up in this essay too. Objectality has to do not with objects, but with openings, with the cause of, in this case, a subject. So let's be really clear out of the gates here. In this essay, Lacan is thinking about two things: the subject of psychoanalysis and the object of psychoanalysis. But the subject is not some coherent subject like the science of man studying humans. No. The subject of psychoanalysis is always a barred or divided or split subject, which recurs throughout this essay. And the object of psychoanalysis isn't as much an object as it is a cause. It is the cause for the subject of science's splitting that interests Lacan here. The object of psychoanalysis, because it deals more with causes, is more of a object cause than it is a proper object that could be studied like an ant on a log. The matheme or the algebraic symbol for this cause is little a, object A, and it comes up in this essay. Let's look at a quick page here to get us started. Great opportunity for us to start is on page 733, where he talks about the object of psychoanalysis. About middle of the page, 733 in the English translation. The object of psychoanalysis. I am laying down my cards now. You may have already guessed my hand, given this talk of the object, is no other than what I have already proposed about the function played in analysis by object A. There you see that little italicized A. Is knowledge of object A thus the science of psychoanalysis? This is precisely the equation that must be avoided, since object A must be inserted, as we already know, into the division of the subject by which the psychoanalytic field is quite specifically structured. This is the point with which I resumed my seminar today. So the subject of psychoanalysis is a divided subject. And this little a that is the object cause for psychoanalytic inquiry, he says, is to be inserted right in that division that divides the subject. So there's the conceptual outline. Now let's turn and see if we can make sense of this. Let's start with this subject of psychoanalysis, this divided or split subject. Now there are lots of ways for us to arrive at this individual. Let's start with the easiest, most simple way of this. It's one you've probably heard before. So there you are. You are a newborn infant. You're crying out. Whenever something is off, you just cry about it. It doesn't mean that you know what you're crying about. It just means that something feels off. Hunger feels off. Being cold feels off. Being tired feels off, and all produce the same effect, namely a cry. The child starts crying when they're uncomfortable, and the primary caregiver, or whomever is taking care of you, shows up and ideally tries to address the cause of your crying. They might guess that you're cold and bring you a blanket. If you're still crying, they'll realize they guessed wrong and try something else, perhaps food. If they feed you and you're not interested, then maybe they think sleep, and then they try and get you to sleep, and they work through all the possible meanings of your cry. Now, you don't know what your cry means, except that you're uncomfortable. They're trying to guess the action that they can perform that will satisfy the need, the biomaterialistic, animalistic, embodied need, being cold, being hungry, being tired, these are all bodily phenomena, that caused you to cry. Now, when they do that, they're doing a couple of things. First, they're interpreting your cry. They're assigning meaning to it. Over time, though, the child can learn that when I cry, mommy or daddy or grandma or grandpa or whomever takes care of you shows up with food. They can learn that the meaning of the cry is food. They can learn that whatever you show up with on a regular basis is the meaning of the cry. Over time, though, the primary caregiver starts to tell the growing child that crying is no longer sufficient. They now need to use their words that the primary caregiver has probably been speaking to the infant Every single time they showed up with a blanket. Oh, I'm sorry, are you cold? Here's a blanket for you. Let's get you wrapped up. Let's get you bundled up. Oh, tired baby. Let's help you get to sleep. Oh, baby's hungry. Okay, here's some food for you. You like that? That's good, isn't it? Yeah, isn't it? So there's all this language that comes with the satisfaction of material need. Over time, the primary caregiver gets tired of responding to cries, and the child develops enough skill to be able to articulate or express their needs in language. That is a demand in Lacanian terms. A demand is a need expressed in language. Initially, it was the primary caregiver's job to take the expression of need at the level of a cry and integrate it into the field of language, thereby rendering it a demand by interpreting that cry and guessing what the child might need in that moment, whether it's a blanket to keep them warm, some food to satisfy their hunger, some rocking in order to help them sleep. Now, over time, though, the primary caregiver starts to ask the child to go ahead and do that work for them. Don't just cry when you have a need. Express it in language. Use your words. So you can hear primary caregivers, parents, whomever, telling the child, I can't understand you when you cry like that. I can't help you unless you can calm down. Take a deep breath and tell me what it is that's on your mind. Tell me what it is that's bothering you. And the kid will try and do this, usually caught up in their embodied, affectively intense experience in that moment that produces the cry, and their rather disembodied pressure to put that into words, into an abstract symbolic system that the primary caregiver is already enmeshed in and can then use to help the child ostensibly. And so you see kids in this moment doing a lot of, I just can't help, and you may even remember this experience. You're so upset, you're crying, but you're trying to force it into words. And you're struggling. It's a jumbled, stammering discourse, but a discourse nonetheless. That discourse is a demand. It's a demand because you're taking the very embodied experience of need, which is biological, materialistic, animalistic, and you are mediating it in and through language, in and through what language supports: social order, relationships, intersubjective relationships with other people in a socially constituted and linguistically propped up world. Now, eventually, you get access to all of that. You still experience bodily need as you do right now. You can still feel hungry and tired and hot and all of these things. But you now have access in a very fluent way to language. And if you're really good at this stuff, you're able to take how you're feeling as an embodied subject and put it into words that other people can understand and work with. This is pretty crucial, especially in relationships where you have some affective and emotional issues that you can then put into words, sentences that begin with I feel statements. That is helpful to partners, to friends, to family members, because they don't know what it's like to have your body, to be inside your skin. They don't know that pain. They don't know what it feels like. Bodily pain is private. It's at the level of language that it can be pressed out, expressed, and shared with another person. As this process is developing, though, it creates a split subject, a subject that is divided between the bioanimalistic field of need and the sociolinguistic field of demand. There it is. The split subject, fundamentally, when it emerges out of early childhood, is a subject that is no longer strictly immersed in the here and now of the process of the all in eternal becoming. They are now brought into this world of language where they now have a foot in each camp. They are still in part that bioanimalistic infant because they still have a body that experiences need. But now they're also acutely aware of this other field, this field of language, in which need can be represented at the level of a signifier, at the level of a word. So this is also how the splitting of the subject occurs. They went from a world that was logically presupposed, because we don't really know what this was like, because there was no language to tell us about it. But the pre-linguistic environment of the infant is one of presence alone. In the field of language, you have presence and absence. Things can be missing in the field of language where they can't in the field of animality. That's a really important move here. Because in the field of language, I can talk about burrito, elephant, bicycle. I can name all of these things that aren't physically present in the room, yours or mine. But nevertheless, I can make them present in the field of language. With language, you can talk about, represent, and call to mind. You can make present, via language, things that are in actuality, in physicality, in materiality, missing or absent. So part of what happens when the child is inducted into language is that they are also introduced to something other than presence, namely absence, to the way that something can be missing or lacking. That can only occur in the field of language for reasons that we can talk about elsewhere. But for now, let's stick with that very basic sense of splitting. When the child is inducted into the symbolic, into the field of language, they're asked to hold two senses of self. There's an embodied, need-based, biomaterialistic self, which is your body. And then there is this disembodied, linguistic, socialized, kind of abstract self. You'll hear Lacan distinguishing these between the enunciating subject, which is the subject that feels the urge to speak, and the grammatical subject, which is the subject or the part of the self that is represented in the field of language. So, for instance, there we are in a conversation, and there's some urge that I have to tell you about myself. And I might say in that conversation, I'm the kind of person who likes to stay up late and watch TV. The question at that point is, what is it about me in that moment as an embodied enunciating speaker that caused me to want to show up and present myself to you as a specific kind of person, namely somebody who stays up late and watches TV? You see, there's the part of me that felt the urge to say that. And then there's the part of me that is spoken, represented, and displayed for your approval, ideally, at the level of language. So even in that very basic experience, anytime you use a sentence with the vertical pronoun I, there's a split subjectivity at play there. There's the impulse to speak that is on the side of embodiment. And then there's what is said, the way that you're represented at the level of language. This splitting constantly occurs. But to suggest that there are only two elements in this is incorrect. The basic equation that you have to hold in mind here is that 1 + 1 in Lacanian terms does not equal 2. Instead, it equals 3. We've been talking about the split subject. And in our last bit, I mentioned that 1 + 1 in Lacanian terms does not equal 2. Now here's somebody who associated very strongly science with the mathematizability of a certain practice. Psychoanalysis could be scientific insofar as it approximated formal mathematical practices of representation. That's why you have this very elaborate Lacanian algebra, a series of symbols and signs that are strung together to make formulas, equations, mathemes. 1 plus 1 equals 3 for Lacan. That doesn't mean he's practicing some fuzzy math. I want to illustrate something else there. In the split subject, you have a biomaterialistic self and you have a sociolinguistic self. There's the part of you that feels something in your bones and the part of you that then likes to talk about it with others. There's the part of you that is anchored in a human form, in an animalistic body. And there's the part of you that exists on an envelope being delivered by the mail carrier right now. There's a part of you that exists at the level of a social security number that is being stolen by somebody right now and about to be used to open a new credit card. Now let's hope that's not occurring. But in this abstract sociolinguistic field, the field of grammatical subjects, as Lacan puts it, you're all over the place. You are at the level of your license plate. You are at the level of your email address. Right now, you are doing things online. People are responding to you. People are liking images of you, maybe even forwarding an email that you sent. You're going places and doing things right now in the sociolinguistic field that you didn't even know you were doing. So we have these two senses of self, bioanimalistic and sociolinguistic. But 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2. I said it equals 3. What is this third element? In addition to the bioanimalistic self and the sociolinguistic self, you have a third element, which is the minimum irreducible distance or difference between these two selves that allows them to remain distinct. That's important here. In order to have two distinct entities, even if they're closely related, in order to have them identifiable as different in some way, there must be some minimum irreducible gap or distance between them. Because if there weren't some minimum irreducible distance between them, they would not be two separate entities. We wouldn't be able to separate them, and in fact, they would just be one. And here I struggle to even relay that to you. They would just be one single entity. In fact, there's nothing on my desk, nothing within my reach that I could pick up and show to you and have it displayed as a single, undivided entity. Every effort I would try to show you one of these things would produce in and of itself a gap, a split. This is that third element. The third element that allows us to say 1 plus 1 equals 3 is not entity A or entity B, but the minimum irreducible distance between those two entities that allows them to be identifiable as distinct. Now, in Lacanian terms, that minimum irreducible gap between two entities that allows them to be identified as distinct is represented by the lowercase italicized letter A. Object A is the minimum distance between 2 points that allows them to remain distinct. It is a gap. It is a cut. It is an opening between two entities. Now, when I say that psychoanalysis is distinct from modern science, and when I say that that distinction hinges on what they do with objects, this is what it comes back to. Lacan tells us that psychoanalysis doesn't have anything to do with objectivity. That's the field of modern science. Psychoanalysis has to do with the field of what he calls objectality, which is not concerned so much with objects as it is with openings. Not so much concerned with stuff as it is with causes. Lacan's getting at a very simple and quite profound conception here. In order to have something that could constitute an object of modern scientific inquiry, it must be distinguishable from the field of other things. And in order for that distinction to occur, there must be this third element, this division, this opening, this gap between what it is you're going to be studying, your object, and this field of other stuff that's not part of your inquiry. In order for that distinction to hold, there must be some minimum irreducible distance or difference between the object you're purporting to study, the shoe on the shelf, and everything else that's on the shelf. Now, this doesn't mean that they're 100% distinct. In fact, what we're looking at here is a differential relationship, a relationship between the shoe and everything else on the shelf that is differential. It's constituted by the difference that's maintained between that shoe and everything else, which in turn allows you to call this an object, something object carry, thrown out for you to examine, to turn, and so forth. That's modern science at work, is turning and examining objects. Lacan thinks psychoanalysis trumps modern science because it's less concerned with the objects themselves than with their cause or their conditionality. The condition of possibility for an object that modern science could study is this opening or this cut or this gap between that object and the field of non-relevant stuff that you're not going to study in this modern scientific inquiry. Lacan, in other words, is not interested in object one and all the other stuff that's not part of object one study. Let's call that two. He's interested in this third element, the division or the opening that human subjects establish between one object and others in order to isolate this thing and allow it to be investigated in the field of modern science. In other words, the modern scientific obsession with objectivity presupposes the Lacanian psychoanalytic concern with objectality. You can't have an object without also having a cause for its emergence in a field of visibility and analyzability. Lacan is concerned with that condition of possibility, which is to say, with that cause. And the algebraic term for that cause, because it is always an opening or a division, is little a. This little italicized a. That's the algebraic term that he assigns to cause. And so on page 733, that's what he's queuing up here. The same is true for the split subject. The split subject also has an opening, a fissure, a gap, a division that allows its two senses of self to cohere in a differential relation. That's why Lacan says on page 733, again, object A must be inserted, as we already know, into the division of the subject by which the psychoanalytic field is quite specifically structured. It's inserted into that division or that gap that is inherent to sociolinguistic and biomaterialistic subjectivities. It names that gap, which is why 1 + 1 = 3. There's always this third element that is, again, the minimum irreducible distance between the other two entities that allows them to remain distinct. We're back here on Science and Truth at the end of Écrits. At the bottom of page 733, this page that has concerned us, we see the subject's division between truth and knowledge. And then we see this famous Freudian maxim here at the bottom of 733. Where it was, there I must come to be as a subject. Let's start first with this division between truth and knowledge. So far we've been talking about the subject as divided or split between a bioanimalistic self and a sociolinguistic self. And this third element, this 1 + 1 = 3, this third element is the minimum irreducible distance between these two sides of yourself that allows them to remain distinct, yet related. Remember, the relationship between them is a differential one. They are not the same entities, but they do overlap in considerable ways. You might even think of drawing this with two overlapping circles to look something like this. They're not totally distinct, they overlap in this way, but there are gaps and lines of demarcation between them. You could also think of them as two hands pressed together. Here's your bioanimalistic self, here's your sociolinguistic self. They're smushed together in the form of a split subject. But in being smushed together, there's this third element, the crack or the split or the opening between them that always reminds you that they are at root two different hands. No matter how close you press them together, in fact, the closer you press them together, the more pronounced and identifiable that crack becomes. That gap, that minimum irreducible distance between the two hands that shows you that they are always, already, and irreducibly distinct. Here he gives us another way to approach the split subject. The split subject, he says, is always torn between knowledge and truth. Now, if we want to be a little sloppy about this, but not too inaccurate, we can say that on the side of sociolinguistic you, there is knowledge. And it is always conscious knowledge, knowledge of the ego. So you can stack this up as saying sociolinguistic self maps onto the field of knowledge, and it is always knowledge of an ego, of a moi, your sense of me, of who you are. You can know things about yourself. I know that I like to X. I know that I am a daughter or a son. I know. The ego has all of these things that it purports to know about itself. But what you know about yourself is different, according to Lacan, from the truth of what and who you are. What you know about yourself is different from the truth of what and who you are. Truth, on the other hand, if we're going to be, again, a little careless, but not too inaccurate here, truth is going to go not on the side of knowledge and sociolinguistics and the ego. Truth is going to go on the side of biomateriality, that part of you that is deeply embodied and usually covered up so that no one can see your holiest of holies, your private parts. The body is usually something, in other words, that is repressed, that is hidden away, highly constrained in its operations, be it sexual, be it bioanimalistic at the level of eating, shitting, sweating, burping, gurgling, whatever the noises that the body makes that embarrass our egos, you see. When you're sitting there in the quiet of the evening with your lover and you lean over to give them the sweetest kiss imaginable and you accidentally fart, that's an extremely uncomfortable situation. I mean, just imagining it, I'm sure, brings a smile to your face. Mine too. On this side of bioanimality, the same subject of pure need that we started as is active. But usually in a way that we don't like to think about, in a way that I've said is repressed. Things that are repressed go into this category of you known as the unconscious, this place where things go that we don't want to think about. So on the other side of the Lacanian subject, on the biomaterialistic side, There is not knowledge of yourself, but truth about who and what you are. And this truth is usually unconscious, except when it pops up in that lovely evening fart that you cut while leaning over to whisper into your lover's ear. Truth usually emerges, and I would say maybe even almost always emerges, as a rupture in the field of knowledge. It is a radical event that disrupts and calls into question the entire field of objectivity that you were operating in. Now, if you hear me hearkening back to the difference between modern science and Lacanian psychoanalysis, between the title of this essay, Science and Truth, now we're getting after it. This could very well be an essay titled Science versus Truth. Science is on the side of knowledge, hence its fetishization of objectivity. Psychoanalysis is on the side of truth, and not just the truth about who and what you are, but the truth about why you are who and what you are. The key question of science is what? The key question of psychoanalysis is why. Why is science this way? Why are we like this? It's a question, again, not of objectivity, but of objectality. The question of why is a question of cause, which is why throughout the second part of this essay, you hear Lacan saying truth as cause. As we flip through here, we arrive at another interesting passage on 742. After much discussion of truth as cause, it's everywhere in the intervening 10 pages. We get this statement at the bottom of 742. Science does not want to know anything about truth as cause. And then Lacan turns to some German terms. You may recognize therein my formulation of Verwerfung, or foreclosure, which forms a closed series with Verdrängung, repression, and Verneinung, negation, whose function in magic and religion I have indicated in passing. What I have said of the relationship between Verwerfung and psychosis, especially as Verwerfung of the name of the Father, is apparently at odds here with this attempt at structural situation. This foreclosure that marks the origin of a psychotic clinical structure, according to Lacan, is an important one. What it fundamentally forecloses is the name of the Father. Now, this is another wild Lacanian term that, again, is pretty simple. The name of the Father is also the know of the Father. And when Lacan says name of the Father, he knows this, because name in French sounds exactly the same as know in French. So when audience members hear him say name of the Father, they also hear the know of the Father. Now bracket for a minute the Father side of this, and let's just focus on the know. The know, thou shalt not, has the function of prohibition, and that is precisely what catalyzed the splitting of the subject of pure need into a bioanimalistic and sociolinguistic self, was a no, a prohibition issued by the primary caregiver. And it's a prohibition against living life as though the field of imminent, present, here and now were the only field in which you could live. The know of society, the know of the symbolic, the know of the Father serves a prohibitive function. It prohibits any further living where you can just cry and expect to get your needs met. You now are always at a fork in the road. Are you going to allow your bioanimalistic self to rule the day and you're just going to cry whenever you're upset? Sometimes that's appropriate. But now you know that there's this other resource, language, that you have access to, where you can express your needs in language. issuing them not as cries or as needs, but as requests, namely demands. With every feeling that you have, you always are at that fork in the road. What will you choose? The name of the Father as the know of the Father, this prohibition, is a prohibition against any further movement through the world without any forks in the road. Every movement brings you to another fork in the road. It is a prohibition against living life with only one path in front of you. You now always can pursue the bio or the socio. And ideally, you've got them woven together somehow. But that's a decision, and it's hard work that has to be done by you in a way that an infant doesn't have to do. Science, in a way, forecloses, rules out this very important truth about human subjectivity. Science doesn't want to know anything about the truth as cause. It doesn't want to know anything about the prohibition that produces the split subject. There is no science of man, Lacan says in this essay, because there is only a subject of science. And that subject of science, like every other subject in the world, is a split subject. And the cause of that splitting is here, at the level of the name of the Father. When science obsesses, fetishizingly, you could say, about objects and objectivity, part of what they're doing in that moment is foreclosing, according to Lacan, foreclosing any interest in the cause of those objects, in the question of causality, and that's the field of truth. Now, when they foreclose that, it's tempting to say that that would go into the field of the unconscious. But if he's really serious about what he's doing here with foreclosure, it wouldn't be as simple as rendering causality unconscious. That's an important distinction to make here. The psychotic's relationship with the unconscious is very different, to the extent that it even has a relationship with the unconscious, than that of a neurotic person who has affirmed, negated, and repressed the basic prohibition atop which their split subjectivity is founded. Now, that's a conversation for another day, but if we take Lacan seriously here, what he's effectively saying is that science, if it has a clinical structure, is psychotic. Page 743. Continuing this conversation. If, moreover, one acknowledges that psychoanalysis is essentially what brings the name of the Father back into scientific examination, one comes upon the same apparent deadlock, but one has the feeling that this very deadlock spurs on progress, and that one can see the chiasmus that seem to create an obstacle therein coming undone. The important part about this is that when psychoanalysis enters the field of scientific inquiry, what it brings with it and allows scientific examination to focus upon is this name of the Father, which is the know of the Father, which is the cause of split subjectivity. The great contribution that psychoanalysis makes to science is its turn towards objectality, towards causality. Not the field of objects and stuff, but about the openings and the cuts and divisions and differential relations that allow for objects to appear as such, and thus to be studied by modern scientific minds. This opening, cut, differential relation that is designated with this little a is how we speak about it. The name of the Father, this know of the Father, this prohibitive act that first opens up that gap, really cuts us one step closer to causality. Little a designates an opening that exists. The name of the Father, marks the emergence of that opening. It's not the scar or the wound that you can point to, but the act of violence, if you will, that opened up that wound, that conditioned that scar to begin with. So here what Lacan is doing is he's starting with the split subject, showing how the little a is that third element that represents the gap between the biomaterialistic side of us and the sociolinguistic self. And then he's going one step further and saying that if little a names an existing irreducible distance between two entities that allows them to remain distinct, the name of the Father marks the emergence of that opening. It calls us back to a primordial act, a primordial prohibition, a thou shalt not, that first opened up the irreducible gap at the center of the human subject. That is what is at stake here. It's no coincidence that it's happening at the very end of this essay. The name of the Father is the know of the Father. And if indeed truth as cause is the primary line of inquiry that psychoanalysis brings to bear, this is it. The truth of the human subject is prohibition, is the know that constitutes it, that opens it up as a split subject.